All right, folks, happy Monday. Hope you guys had a pretty good weekend. I did. Fennec and I had our first Pride out in San Francisco this weekend, just yesterday, and I'm still so sore coming off of it. Let's see, and speaking of, got him on Discord right now, so let's see what he has to say. Okay. It's kind of unfortunate though that Friday, the previous save at 15:11, 3:11 p.m. my time. That is pretty rough. Because we had to end stream close to about nearly 4 o'clock, like 5 minutes to 4. But then Comcast had to be a baby. So this is gonna push us so far. Well, I wouldn't say so far back. Because really all we did right before stream discombobulated was he spoke to Phoebe. We accosted Phoebe with the intent to ask her about the candles. And so a lot of that like half hour between speaking to her and Comcast going poo was spent looking up arsenic candles of the Victorian era and trying to get an idea of how many casualties, or if there were widespread casualties to it. And I couldn't get any good numbers. As we all know, Victorians love to put arsenic in everything. Name me a more iconic duo than Europeans or their descendants, boosting an industry through poisoning themselves and the world around them. Because the arsenic candles themselves apparently were France first. And then France banned them, because people got sick. And then it popped up in London, and then became widespread. And then very quickly became banned when people got sick. And so it's not like arsenic materials are safe. It comes out in vapor, people inhale it, people lick it, people eat it. When it's in like wallpaper and dye for all of your clothes and your carpets. I ended up finding out that toddlers and babies and small children have gotten sick and died from arsenic carpets and drapes and wallpapers. But I wasn't able to find any good statement on deaths from arsenic candles specifically in the brief time that it was allowed in Britain, and how widespread it must have been. So I'm not sure if candles were the vector. But we do have one valuable thing from this. If we were playing a less honorable Guinea, say if you do a third playthrough, if you find Guinea Love on this playthrough, I'll call it a win, and then the next playthrough we could play My Repudiated Bastard. He would totally throw Phoebe under the bus if he cared about finding the true killer. So I don't think the candles were it. The prejudiced fear of vermin. Whatever happened to she might be comfortable with this? I think that was the more working class trade cloak, right? Or the apron, I mean. Working apron for the working gal. May find this look familiar and comforting. Okay, Phoebes. First we gotta play catch up. And allow Algernon's presence to make an impression. My affiliation with creatures of the Neath. So what about Rathead, Amber Lapel, and what else could I wear to be full on Neath? And so we came here, right? Hold on. The boys have got... We have to share our pain and how sore we all are from yesterday. He's sore, I'm sore. I'm amused by the fact that my weight maintained because between the running all last week and starting the week before that and being on our feet all day yesterday, the weight's maintained because of muscle density growth. Now, see, we came to Phoebe because we thought arsenic, right? Arsenic candles, either we pursue it, find out it's true, or if we were more outrageous, we have an easy out with her, but this throws a wrench into everything. This throws a wrench into the spanner-making machine. A dead body, the night after David died. Servant's entrance. Without a face. Rachel Landau put a bag over its head, washed the body in proper Jewish custom, and then paid for it to be buried at a Christian grave. Maybe Rachel is simply nice, but would she really have gone through all the effort to make sure it's washed properly in the Jewish requirement if it was just going to go into a Christian grave anyway? Second dead body. No face. Cleaned and quickly buried. She didn't just report it to the constabulary to take it away and put it in a pauper's grave in Potter's Field. She paid for it. She put money to get rid of the corpse. I'm thinking that's David. I am convinced that is David now. One, she went through the effort. She went through the effort to give it a proper cleaning and then paid to get rid of it. And now somebody else is wearing David's face. Absolutely 110% convinced that Rachel is going to be either the murderer or the help. Rachel and Milton. It's going to come back to Rachel and Milton. No identification, no nothing. David was killed, stripped, removed of all identifying marks and documents, dressed up in shabby clothes, and just tossed out the servant's door. At his face and nothing else. I don't know about sent the body to the butcher. I'm thinking like, oh no, get Harjeet here. There's a corpse outside of our door. Permission to ask more questions, Phoebes? We've got to get all the deets that Comcast deprived us because we were getting too close. We were getting too close. That's why Comcast acted. Speaking of Comcast, Pride made me cry, like I teared up seeing the third extended family. And I loved it when people would march with shouts of protest, and I love seeing our international cousins from all over the world but I was kind of seeing things like banks and insurance companies and things like Comcast, Apple, Google. Apple's so greedy. Apple had a whole like 5-mile queue of people. Like you could have a whole pride parade of apples alone. But that's the one thing they do, wasn't it? Getting the marketing out there. Everybody in their white Apple shirts, so you know exactly who it is. I know some people were wary and suspicious of the gay cops marching through, and Nancy Pelosi driving through. My side eyes were the corporations. Do we need the corporations? Because you know what corporate pride is. We put out the rainbow merch for a month, then it's back to the grindstone. Target had the audacity of having their own thing after pulling Pride merch. Come on, Target. You're gonna pull things from your stores, and then show up on Pride all marchy, all Pride-like. Nuh-uh. We see through you. And the rest of yous. What was I asking again? Asked about the murder. David and Rachel don't want her talking about the murder. Because we spoke to David first, we have her confidence. So lucky for us, talking to the deceased first. David's romantic connections. Lady Carringham, but I don't think it was them. Did you have a motive, Phoebe? Reassuringly, you know, sometimes I have the urge to kill. I don't act on it, but have you ever done that? The immediate zoom straight into her face. But I love him. I truly think that she was in love with him. Now I'm pretty convinced too that Milton is involved in this plot in a big way as well. He's Neathborn, he's from Hell, he's from around here. He knows the way things work here. And so if anybody is going to put the idea into their head that they can do some neat witchcraft with David to get a good outcome for something, he's probably got some motive and he's got the means to educate them. But I'm thinking Rachel probably helped too. Or not Rachel, Phoebe. Rachel I know did the deed. Rachel was like knee deep in this, but Phoebe I mean. Phoebe could have been involved as well. She could have thought that she was going along with some plan that was going to help the Master out. Maybe they want to fake his death, because Milton could have told them that the dead come back to life. If you do this, they'll pop right back up. And then they find the face has been stolen. Maybe Phoebe doesn't know that's David. Maybe Phoebe just thinks, oh no, this showed up soon afterwards, what a coincidence. And then Rachel, knowing the true plot, dresses a corpse, pays it to go away. Whereas Phoebe was being naive, thinking she's helping her beloved. Motive, I don't know what motive Rachel would have. Nightmares and Milton laughing. And the dreams have been very prophetic and accurate so far. You know, maybe that's what the sigils, the marks out of the hairline? We have 3 corpses, actually. We have 3 corpses. We have the corpse. That is David Landau. Ambulatory. He's walking and talking, and probably not David, but wearing his face. We have the corpse. In the Jewish cemetery, inside of his grave. That could simply be a papier-mâché homunculus, or an ETH equivalent thereof. So it could be a construct, it could be a different body with sigils that make it look like David. And then we have the corpse in the Christian cemetery. That is very likely the real David. What if the body that was found outside the servant's door and then buried in the Christian cemetery is this David? Because Milton comes in, right? Like, he buried him right away, are you sure? Did you check if he's alive? Maybe I have a ruse going on here. Maybe Servant Quarter Door's body was buried in the Christian cemetery. And then Rachel comes in, like, oh no, we gotta dig up David. You go to the Jewish cemetery, and while everyone's occupied at the Jewish cemetery, the corpse in the Christian cemetery is dug up and plays David. That is a possibility. And Dave has been ill for months, but I don't think it's her. Maybe she put a stronger dose. Maybe there were more than usual in David's room. After she asked him not to go back to the surface, and all he had to say was that she could stay behind if she doesn't want to go with. That sounds to me like motive. That sounds to me like she deliberately added more candles. Not thinking it would kill him, but hoping. But I still think it was her. I think we got a mystery with the second faceless corpse. I think there's a switcheroo. I think David isn't David, and we have got to put all these other things together. I think this is a distraction or an easy out if we wanted an easy out. Express disbelief. I'll help her if she tells me the truth. This is why you don't say anything to the cops, lady. I'm saying I'll help her, but all I'm doing is extracting more information. Wait for her to keep talking. She's already speaking. She's digging her own grave now. And once they start talking, they don't stop. I promise to find a priest to look after her. Bitterly refuse to help. I might tell the court at all. That's a might. A might is room for doubt. But in all truthfulness, I really don't think it was her. She used arsenic candles. She put a greater than normal amount of arsenic candles when David spurned her thoughtlessly. Thoughtlessly humiliated her, and then she thought to poison him with candles. That all is true, and that is all things you could put into story crafting. But it's not what killed him. There is a deeper plot here. Oh, Thebes. We put some existential stuff into her head. Suitable wherever we go, huh? Even the criminal outfit is suitable wherever we go. Hey, Moss! There's more dolls. I don't know, Grizz. This sounds like hot merch for Fail Better. Moss made dolls of Mr. Pages and the rest of the cast. Oh, it's little us's! There's Horatia, there's Grizz, there's Harjeet. Cheeky caricatures reflect the essence of the original. Grizz actually likes it. Detractor Grizz actually likes it. Telling somebody off. See, it is them. I've actually got some fresh coconut. No, I wouldn't say fresh. I got some more coconut to put in my tea because it's been a while since I've enjoyed some good coconut tea. This brand is okay. No pulp, no coconut meat. And it's already got a tang of bitterness to it, but it's coconut. I can't complain, we're in California, so I gotta take what I can get. Emphatically making a point. Worry he'll bring them to life? This is if Grizz and I swapped faces. Agree with enthusiasm, react with horror? Nah, agree with enthusiasm. But what if these ones do come to life? Of their craft. Ooh. Is Moss a their person? Because Fennec's friend Moss is also a he, they person, and Fennec uses interchangeably to describe them. Even more similarities. The crucial aspect being these ones don't come to life. Differed from King's own project when crucial respect cannot keep from including your particulars in the project. Does that mean it's not they don't come to life, but more that they're personal? Also fully formed, couldn't help but include your character. Aww. I would have preferred a blank slate. Nah, we're fine. This is a correct approach. Be non-committal. This is cool, Moss. You truly captured our essences. That is art. This elevates it From simple manufacturing to art. He didn't just put our essence into it, but by putting his interpretation of us into his work, he put his own soul. Okay, journal. One thing I want to know now. Is having said we won't take Phoebe's confession to court, how does that affect our friendship? Skeptical companion and informant. She has her doubts, but we're at companion level. Likeable ally, distracting fan, skeptical companion but also flirty, antagonistic with Grizz, friends of Harjit, Horatia, likable companion, ally, Ivy, delicious ally and flirt. Look, she might be blonde, but she's got some curls in there. I'm a sucker for curls. Somehow flirty with Moss, I didn't mean to be. Friend, now that I suspect she's a murderer. "11 days remain of the season of Yule." These are gonna go by so fast. So what is our first headline of the day? Tipping terror. Impish foundling fiercely defends caddy of surface tea. We did get stuff from the surface. I guess we now got surface-bound products too, not just the mail. Cool. Let's get some past recollections before we continue. Christmas preparations. Horatia Grizz is comfortable. Rachel has been curious the day David returned. Did she now? I feel like that is very likely based on our investigation. Mother married beneath and changed synagogues. Fractionated. Fractionated sounds like something Mr. Pages would say. Work that has to be done, huh? Alright, story building. I don't think we got anything new from interrogating Phoebe, but I have new ideas. Rachel and Phoebe. But see, culprit and motivator have different things that apply to them. Maybe Rachel is on this side. Novelize the affair? Where's the one? Where's the, One of these was I could use a scandal, right? Could use a scandal. Rachel could use a scandal. David hasn't offed himself. Novelize the affair? She was already writing about David after all. I don't know. We'll need to work on this somehow. Look, we had to talk about like progress stuff too. Since his name change is still ongoing, so when he picks up his tea, he has to use his old name. And so he's enjoying that he looks nothing like his old name now. So, we've only got 11 days, that's 22 actions. We have out. We don't have the option to give Theopolis. Oh, theory of Ratsby should ferret first. That's why. Rachel had the means of murder. Milton might throw Rachel under the bus. But if they're co-conspirators, maybe not. David needs anything? Motives for Milton? Rachel, whether she had means to murder David? Phoebe for possible motives for Rachel? There's many we could talk to. Let's pick the story first. So because we have unknown methods, there's asking for the means. Because they're here, we could ask about motive, and because the method is unknown, we could ask about method. So I guess this works. Like the middle bits don't really matter. The important thing is the who and the how. But this is about Rachel with the means of murder. David about motives for Milton. Rachel if she had means to murder David. David might know something about Milton. What would look good for David? Elegant cloak? This will have to do. Hopefully David doesn't mind vermin. A few flattering remarks on my better points. Algernon worked. Quiz David on whether Rachel had a motive. Milton's possible. I could ask about all of them. We'll start with Milton first. I'm not really getting anything so far. Didn't want to ask him about Rachel again because of those heavy words. Would Rachel have had a motive? Simply asking for motive. All the duties of mourning. Maybe, see, they're siblings and they live together. If there's a hidden danger in Rachel, he would know already. But let him elaborate on how Rachel would never have harmed me? Maybe there is. Will this hurt our friendship? David does not believe at all that Rachel has a bad bone in her body towards him. Recklessness at most, carelessness. A brother lost cannot be replaced. What if you take his face and apply it to a different corpse, though? Take exception to the passage, laugh, or no comments. I don't like any of these options. Take exceptions. This sounds like I took offense. Laugh would make him take offense at me. So take exception. Moved to wish you stayed out on the river. So, you don't think Rachel killed you. You're absolutely certain of it. But if she did, how would she have? My view on memories. A few things I'd scrub. Turn this into a flirty direction. Guinea, this is for business. All memories have value. There's a few things I'd scrub. He clearly wants to talk about that line. The night of the fall. Past sufferings. Refuse to discuss. Who wouldn't want to forget the sufferings of their past? It brings them to the place they are today, so hooray for personal growth. Let's just forget the means that got us here. A lost love. I'm pretty sure most of us at one point or another, like that penultimate confrontation in Disco Elysium. Maybe not everybody, but those of us who have had such a catastrophic relationship, ending in similar ways. Ask about the experience of dying after he died. He remembers dying. So whoever this was, if there was a David switcheroo, somebody was still killed. Suggest David think more closely about what he really saw. I think he should. I should probably say so. A memory as impactful as this is going to leave big, broad stamps. We have to have them put focus into the minutiae. A small gift. Have I upset him though by questioning things? I got him to distracting antagonist level. He was a fan. And I turned him into an antagonist. Hold on. Before we commit to switching the morning up, there's probably no way for me to ask about this line of questioning without upsetting him, though. We could probably be more delicate about interrogating about his sister. And it turns out that quiz him about what he really saw is less what happened on the boat, and more, did you really see that or were you just dreaming it? So maybe that wasn't a good thing to tell him. Let him elaborate. Why do you think Rach would never have harmed you? What if I laugh? Is it a teasing, mocking laugh, as if I was wearing my sailor suit? Are we antagonists already? Skeptical informant. We have already dropped from fan to skeptical informant. See, I thought we were bonding here. I opened up to him. And it sounds like he understood me. Maybe a broken family is what's going to be like, for him. He shakes off these reflections. Great pale ice moths. Timeless wisdom. Cry for more on ice moths. All shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. Where'd you pick that up from, Guinea? It wasn't final, fell final. Lose myself, think about protective schemes. We could actually help him put his memory into a box. We could probably trepan it, House of Many Doors style. Promise nothing. I don't want to take this on. Promise nothing but try to help. Let him know if I hear of a way. Help David forget death is an option. Irritated David on day 292. Yule, less reserve, less reserve. But Nine made him skeptical of me. David and I should be friends. I don't want to lose this guy just because I have to ask hard questions on the investigation. Swapped drugs for poison is an option now. And arsenical cloth. I don't think arsenical cloth is going to be it. But we did get 2 more actions. Or 2 more things, 2 more blurbs. Swapped drugs for poison. So an Eldritch purpose. Honest mistake. Imagining the social uproar to follow, Milton swapped rat poison for the medicine Archie used. In the memory, Rachel did say that of all the different ways that families have disowned them, one of which was for the mother marrying down, right? What if Phoebe loved David and asked David to stay below? And made an honest mistake by poisoning David. Rachel couldn't have loved David, couldn't have fought over herself. Loved David excludes Rachel. There is no incest here. Phoebe most of all wished for David's love, Rachel for unimaginable and monstrous outcomes, because we don't know her motives. Phoebe feared David would go back to the surface, leaving her behind or otherwise ending their relationship. Rachel swapped rat poison for the medicine Archie used. Nothing about to avoid a scandal here. Phoebe made an honest mistake, then a thought of her own, dosed David with the poison medicine. Rachel wanted to avoid blame, put on a show of mourning quite dishonestly. Feigned ignorance about the whole affair. Rachel thought she wanted David dead until it was far too late, then realized her true feelings. That would work well with Phoebe here. I'm not sure what though, because this is for... I guess it would work for Phoebe here though. Love David, ask David to stay below. Hope to end humiliation. Wanted murder to succeed and more. So it's the motivator who thought they wanted David dead until it was far too late. Then realized true feelings. Wouldn't that be here then? Phoebe? If she's using the arsenical candle? Let me try to arrange the Phoebe via poison candle. David was thoughtless and humiliated. Wanting to avoid blame, he died. Phoebe fell in love with David Landau. David was inconsiderate. Phoebe feared David would go back to the surface, leaving her behind or otherwise ending the relationship. With no consideration for those left behind, David started planning a journey back to the surface. Phoebe was humiliated. She poisoned David by burning arsenic-laced candles in his room. In fact, the candles had been burning there for some time, but a number is too small to cause lasting harm. But when Phoebe turned her mind to it, she brought in candelabras full of them. This is so fleshed out now. This is like, if you want to do this as your answer, here is everything. David acted in ignorance. Powerless, David died with his lungs and stomach burning. Losing the will to fight, he died with his lungs and stomach burning. That is a whole thing. That is a whole story from start to finish. And Phoebe's got her ideas. Phoebe thinks, oh my goodness, could have been me after all. But I don't think that was it. I still think Milton is a possibility. I could clear things out here. Like, method has unknown method. Persons have unknown someones. But I forgot that I can clear out motives and actions and such too. But I guess that's what unknown purpose is for. If I put nothing here, will that give me a wider net to ask? If Milton could help with David's difficult memories, that gives me nothing to ask about. Ivy can help with difficult memories. Seduction of Ivy. Friendship Batashikan. Mr. Pages can help with difficult memories. Maybe Moss would know about eldritch poisons available in the Neath. He is native, he's local. Milton had an unknown purpose, bought rare ingredients. Hoped for vengeance. Took treatment, had no choice, and died. Maybe there's the possibility of Rachel. Published a spiteful narrative of his doings. I don't know about that. Poison is still what we're going with. Because that's locked in. Rachel had the means of murder? Well, what all could we talk to Milton about? Although we don't have much rapport with him. He does seem kind of stuffy, upper crusty. Maybe he'll appreciate a nice mushroom top hat, dressed for a devil's salon. Hey, Rachel's here. Suspicious. Laugh at me with a warning, but you should be careful. But I'm sure that Milton hasn't been baptized, so it's not like he could take communion anyway. Oh, Rachel, I see where this is coming from. The generational injustices, I understand. Oh no, it's okay, Milton. Her heart's in a good place. She's speaking from grief. That's exactly what this is. It's a long history of loss, exactly. No more questions on the murder now. We didn't say anything. Were there other things you could have talked about? The sarcasm there. I'll take answers I don't want. So Rachel, with her lineage of loss. Would Rachel have the means to kill David? We're not talking much about motive, though. We did see the marks of the corpse. Planting a fake corpse. Not saying he's responsible, wanting him to know. I think there's a fake corpse involved. There's at least 2 corpses, maybe a third. Go ahead. Shock London. haven't earned our trust. I gotta befriend the devils first. Milton, skeptical census filler even after all that. So this is going to require a bit of a campaign to break through them, and I think I do want to break through them. The devils that have some kind of linchpin. But I gotta take days. We gotta take it to talk to him, ask what to do, and then do a thing, and then go back to him and do a thing. That's like 2 days max. And it's already 294, there's like 11 days left, right? There's gonna be 10 days left as of tomorrow. I'm not sure what I can do. Because we got the time limitation after all. We gotta be precious with our time. If I bring Harjit a case that can't be brought to trial, he'll tell me quickly, so I can get something else done today. I'm pretty sure that this was patched into the game to be a little bit more merciful. Our lost traditions. Relief that London's old ways are gone. Are they, though? We've all seen the Brabazon work world. We've all seen Albion. Okay. So I haven't even... It has to be like fully filled. Otherwise we got nothing. Wanted to see the mechanic. So what can I work with here? I want Milton to be the doer. But... how can I arrange this with Rachel as a culprit? And Milton as a help? Milton could have used a scandal. Sold the contraband. Imagining the comic outcome provided the contraband items Rachel needed. Some tainted. Wanted the murder to succeed. And pretended not to know. Unknown method? I mean, this tells almost a full story too. But now we can't talk to Milton about things that we could have before. We can only visit with Rachel, so this story is even holier than the other one. There we go. If Rachel had the means, we could ask now. If she had the motive. Phoebe about possible motives. Ivy's perspective on possible murder methods. Poisoning methods. See, Archie's got the mundane knowledge. He doesn't have the Neethi knowledge. Theories of murder. Moss. Maybe Phoebe might know something that David is not wanting to talk about before we approach Rachel directly. I find it interesting that we hang out in the graveyard. What is our standing now? Phoebes. Skeptical, companion, and informant. We've spoken for a bit, it might be appropriate to toss a little flirt in now and again. Warmer air for a moment of brief comfort. Have you now? See, that's what I'm thinking, Phoebe. That's what I'm thinking. Rachel and Milton are knee-deep into this. Go on. Milton was certainly filling everybody's heads about, are you sure he's dead? Did you have to bury him so soon, and so on, so on. So let's destroy all that goodwill that we built. Did the mistress of the house have any motive for murder of her own brother? Establish some trust. I have siblings. Sometimes we get on each other's nerves. What if that, in and of itself, is a motive? Because in our memory, Rachel had said that she puts David into her books already, and people don't like how she puts people into her books already. And so it could have been if Milton was talking into her ear about how David can come back to life. How death works differently in the Neath, and he can guarantee his return. There's a possibility that if she knew her brother was going to come back anyway, that the death would not be permanent. She might, because she's a very a very draws from life type of author. Yeah, for research, for her stories. If she had a guarantee that it's okay, David's going to come back. Continue being quite open. Poison she might have gotten from Milton Phoebe, the only person on my wavelength so far. Only one on my wavelength that the killer might not have thought it would be a permanent killing. That Milton could have had exotic poisons. And Milton's possible motive, let's just segue right into it. Yeah, but this is London. Nobody's civilized here. A favor thieves. Okay. This is a proper request to see the accused. It's not a flirty moment. We shall agree. And might as well. We don't gotta change clothes to sneak on, or has Harjit escorted us? It sounds to me like Archibald is pretty dead certain about the accuracy of his dosage. I should probably wait and let Phoebe speak for herself. But this isn't Archie that has probably been accosted about the same question time and time again. Because it has been like 30 some days now. And Phoebe, being the partially invisible servant, might not have the will to hold up to his counter barrage and get to the point. What happens if I reload this by getting it wrong? What all would you have to sit through to get back to this point? I'm gonna wait. Come on, Phoebe, gonna trust you here. You've had your head straight so far. That's given me ideas, but I don't think it's given me any more actions. So, this plants the seed into the player's head that Milton might be a source of exotic poisons, but also the possibility that this is a very roundabout way for Archie to be the motive. David killed because David is a regular patient, and by killing a regular patient, Archie, as a doctor, so much dust, gets all the suspicion. I'm very suspicious at the refusal to visit the basement. If she is worried for her well-being, that's one thing. But she's got a few burly men in the house now that could surely help her out if it was a dangerous thing. What if she's got down there is access to Parabola, and she's got even more exotic fares to feed us? Finer, richer, and more exotic, huh? There are even more mysteries to explore in this game. How layered is this? That there's like a billion things toiling and intersecting with each other, and then spiraling out of connection to meet up in some other point, where even if I try to pursue one thing doggedly alone, I'll end up missing out on itself by virtue of not touching the three other things that connect to it. But with the whole time mechanic, you gotta be very extra focused. Gotta be spread out and focused at the same time. Because if I need to talk to Milton to get Milton to confess about certain things, I'll need to spend a couple of days getting on his good side first. David forgetting death. I'll have to push for a long time away, I think. Even social acceptance for Algernon. We have this ratty story speech for Ferret. But I've only got how many days now? 10, 9? 10 days remain? That's practically nothing. That's only 20 more actions. 20 more actions? And if I gotta spend 4 of them to talk to Milton, get on his good side, do some favors, that's gonna be 16 actions. Ministry of Accounting and Recounting revises marriage license requirements. Shockingly permissive new. Ooh. Oh, really? How did Sapanstars put it? Bewildering procession of so on, so on, so on he could marry. Would this permit that? And there's the autosave, so everything we just witnessed has been codified into reality. A month or so after fall, all the trees died. Christmas preparations. All the trees died. Didn't know that. It's snowing, Harjeet. I see snowflakes. Maybe they're just dormant in the winter. Riz pointed out what day it was. Is it the snow aspect? They didn't pay much attention to their argument, then what's the point of remembering it? Unless some other object caught her eye. So I think I might have something here. But anything with Milton culpability is locked behind Milton. And locked behind Milton means, oh, I don't trust you enough to speak about this. Even if it would scandalize London. And I am not about to sell my soul again this time. Archie is nice, but we're not dating this time. Then again, we do still have the save from the time I was dating Archie and then sold my soul to save him. Let's see, that'd be like the first day-ish of Yule, right? Second day of Yule. Since first day, we sold our soul to Virginia, and she gave us a plot. And that was in the afternoon, so the day elapsed. And so next day was visiting Archie one more time, I think, before the trial, and confessing to Harjeet with a false confession. And the autosave is right before going to Harjeet. So technically, we've already got pull with Virginia at least, and she's already got the soul. But that's pull with Virginia, not with Milton. Here I can't talk to Virginia about any other proceedings. I guess she only cares if it's down to the exchange of soul for a new Spirifer. I could talk about ministry misbehavior with Virginia, but I don't care about that right now. There's no work on relationship with Milton. Maybe one implies the other. Maybe if I do enough favors with Virginia, then that'll be enough favors with the devils in general. It could be. And when crafting the story for Virginia to empower herself with Mr. Pages, there's the option to present the story with Milton there. I would assume that would imply that there's something that Virginia would take issue with. We could have Milton back it up, or do something to ingratiate ourselves with him. Ivy's perspective on possible murder methods. How deep into Neath affairs is she if I speak to her? And she only talks about like rat poisoning and arsenical dye in textiles and fabrics. That's simply going to be the exact same thing Ferret and Phoebe have been talking about, and David too. About arsenic in clothing, rat poison, candles, and whatnot. And so that might be something of a waste if that's the case. If it is, I guess I could always return to title screen if it turns out being the exact same thing. But if she does have some fresh idea, then we could try pursuing that saucy relationship on the side. Okay, Ivy. You do deal in secrets too, after all. Wait a minute, what kind of story am I working with? What have you got story-wise first? Rachel as culprit with an unknown purpose, with rare ingredients, honest mistake, Milton seeking scandal. What if I clear out the motives and the methods here? That's too many question marks, so we can't talk about the poisoning. How many blanks could I put? I mean, I guess we could talk about motive if we do talk about stuff anyway. Fought Rachel over Rachel, no. Eldred's purpose. Unknown motive. It could be backwards. Milton is culprit, Rachel is motivator. Milton pretends not to know. How could I phrase this if I had Milton on this end? And Rachel here. As Rachel, could have used a good scandal and simply want to novelize things. A spiteful narrative of his doings. I don't think so, but she did want a scandal for her novels. Made an honest mistake and mourned. Wanted the murder to succeed. When realized her true feelings. Thought she wanted David dead, thinking he'd come back to life, but then too late. Vengeance or into humiliation, because Milton and David did fight over Rachel quite a bit. It's a petty thing, maybe too petty for somebody higher up the great chain of beings. But it's all I've got so far. Maybe Milton honestly preferred David this whole time. Dragged Rachel along, rejected her offer to become his mistress. Straight up rejected that offer. Because he was actually after David. Brought strange and rare ingredients for a love potion. Imagining social uproar to follow, swap rat poison for the medicine Archie used. Wait a minute. She's already been writing about David. Milton brought rare and strange ingredients for a love potion. Rachel wrote about his actions in a novel, scandalizing the family because everybody knows what she's been writing in Lily of London, whatever it was called. Milton humiliated, and then slipped David a dose of poison. Prompted to literary fury, resorted to poison. Made an honest mistake through no fault of his own and resorted to poison. Maybe. Milton wished for David's love and actually had an affair with David. Rachel fought Milton over Milton, saw him as an impediment in her relationship with Milton. We just have the unknown method that we need then. Interrogate Milton about David's lovers. I don't know about... That's something you could talk about. Murder methods. Rachel to reveal the means to murder David. Archie about poisoning methods. I suppose we could. But first, let's see if Ivy has anything more than mundane poison knowledge. Sorry, Algernon, but right now this is our bay. It's the closest thing we have to a bay this playthrough. This is fine. Bump, bump. Or the closest thing to a bay. First playthrough, we fell into a relationship with Archie so quickly. But this time we're all the way in Yule. We have some friends whose affections we might be losing, a couple of flirt buddies, but nothing as open and honest and loving as what we have with Archie. Lifted a few clocks and watches. Ivy, are you suggesting that Ferret pilfers goods? Oh, the first hints to the rat's engineering prowess. Wasn't stolen, it was just taken from a house that was open, it was unoccupied. Swift conclusions about them both. Oh, they would make a good coupling if we don't pursue Ferret or Ivy. Then we have folks of a similar background. A charitable distribution of watches. Strong views on property rights. Swift conclusion about them both. A chemistry between Ivy and Ferret. Ferret seems keen on Ivy. Ivy keen on Ferret. Is there a chemistry between you two? Will this turn into a menage a trois situation? Because these are my two flirt buddies this time? A tuppence? I can't afford tuppence. I thought we were friends. The heck? Ivy, will you answer questions about David or no? A tuppence a throw? Ah! So I gotta add some more tasks and some more days because we gotta get more money for Mr. Pages. I thought we were close. I thought we were pursuing a romance with the both of them. And that gives me no clout between them. I've got days, I've got so many days, but it might not be enough days. I might have to let Archie hang. Archie's got free stuff. Maybe Archie could talk to us about poisoning methods. But he's a medicine man, he's a chemist, he's a druggist. He's only gonna know mundane chemical poisons, I'm sure. Prison jacket and a rat on my head. heard this before. He's already being pulled by the Fathom King. The rats mastered engineering, but not singing. What was said about the surface? What was said about illness, natural causes? We could ask them all. What about illness first? Surface? He was setting passage back up. That confirms that. If Archie did not find another road home, David would have given him a ticket aboard. Maybe this is why Phoebe wanted to talk to Archie. There are possibilities here. I think knowing the writing chops of Fail better, and their ability to pull in writers of good quality on long-term permanent basis and on contracts. Maybe what we got going on here is less good job, you've done it, you found the right killer, let's take the mask off the ghost. And more a Pentiment-like thing where you have the ability to make a very good argument and conclusion for any number of valid suspects' motivations, with one true killer, of course. But if you pursue a false lead, you could pursue it, maybe, so thoroughly that the innocent person themselves might believe, oh my goodness, you are right, it was me. Because this ties in more with Phoebe then. If Phoebe knew, as she is a maid who does often spy on her masters, if she knew that David would have given a ticket to Archie, that could have been further motive. She could have believed from spying what Milton had said about David, about the dead coming back to life. She's the one who suggested that people don't stay dead in the need. So she had that idea. She had that idea already. Maybe she thought David dies, comes back to life because the need's the need, but she's grieving anyway. Archie, as his physician, takes a fall for the poisoning. And there goes a physician. Yeah? He's no longer in the way. So if anybody's gonna get that +1 ticket, it's gonna be her. I bet you can make a very compelling argument with that. And we've already got Phoebe thinking, maybe I did kill him. I only put a few sprinkles of arsenic. But when he spurned me, I did put so many more candles. So she's doubting herself. She's doubting herself now, and I bet that you could pursue that all the way to the end. And not have it be like, did I really get the wrong one? Did I get the right person? But it's in the need now, Archie. The trees are all been killed. Maybe his illness takes on a worse form down here? Venetian treacle. They do like their thorough research to fail better. So I bet you this is a thing you could look up. Venetian treacle and the Foundation of Medicine's regulation. And the Foundations of Medicine's regulation does not bode well for this Theriac. Okay, Venetian Treacle and the Foundations of Medicine's Regulations by J.P. Griffin. B.R.J. Clint Pharmacol 2004, September 58.3, pages 314 to 325. Mithradatium and the related product Theriac, both regarded from time of the original formulation, 2nd century BC and 1st century AD respectively, to the mid-18th century as universal panaceas. Any failure of these products to achieve the desired therapeutic result attributed to defective composition or manufacture. As a result, measures were introduced to ensure the quality of ingredients used in these product compositions, the establishment of standard formulations, and assurances of competence of the manufacturer. Manufacture frequently was required to take place in public. Doubt about the efficacy of these panaceas arose in the mid-18th century, so 100 years before this game even starts, and concerns the adverse nature of the interactions between the numerous ingredients surfaced in Heberden's treatise of 1745, as a result of which these products disappeared from editions of the London Pharmacopoeia after 1746, again, 100 years before the game. Subsequently, arising from these concerns for safety and efficacy, a call was made in 1799 for the establishment of a public committee of eminent physicians to scrutinize all new products prior to the launch to an gullible public. Send this back to be rewritten. How did this get through peer review? Maybe it's ungullible. Maybe it's a silent G. The concepts developed in the history of Mithradatium form the basis of modern medicine's regulation. Okay, introductions, classical origins of Theriac, confusion of names. Mithradatium consists referred to, but Theriac Andromachus is referred to as Galene, Venetian treacle, and after its publication in the London Pharmacopoeia as London treacle, or occasionally as treacle, and other names based on place of manufacture. Concepts of inspection of manufacturers of medicines by apothecaries and characters of the College of Physicians. Pharmacopoeia sets standards for the manufacture. Mithradatium, Galene, and treacle used for treatment of plague. Inspection in the 18th century extended to all manufacturers. Doubts on efficacy. Antitherica, 1745. Real Attack was a 19-page pamphlet of William Heberden, 1745. Injudiciousness, ostentation, and wantonness of this heap of drugs and mistaken manufacture, prepared in the old manner as near as may be in all the great cities of Europe. 1746, London Pharmacopoeia. Theory lists with 61 ingredients. Mithratium 45. Virtually unchanged since Galen's recipe. Wikipedia on Theriac, history, production. Theriaca Andromachi Senioris. That is a whole list of ingredients. Got cinnamon though. Cinnamon, bay laurels, some lavender, black pepper, carrots, cloves. This is a stew. They got a stew going on here. Some nutmeg too. That's the nutmeg that gives the anti-poison properties. So he's been giving this ancient recipe to Landau. No wonder he's still been sick. A more usual stomach settler instead. That might have helped better. Possible poisons? I feel like we should have had this conversation first before asking David about how it felt to die. We're getting a whole lexicon of what does it mean if this happened? What does it mean if this happened? And then David describes how he died, how it felt, how he doesn't want to remember it anymore. And so now we can't talk about it again. Privilege of the doctor to know. Is he going to confirm that he and Phoebes? If I thought his housemate might have been with child. So they weren't just... So Phoebe didn't just have a one-sided fondness for him. They've been doing it. She was possibly pregnant. Try kissing Archie. We don't have a standing relationship this time, though. We're still on implied it could be something more, but we don't get along well enough. This is not the Archie route. Know well enough what I'm saying. That is straight up, you goof, I'm trying to tell you I love you. Judging by the clock, I could afford another errand, and that errand has to be taken to BRB. So I'm gonna go refresh myself and make some more tea, and then we'll keep bumbling through this investigation. Because I forgot that my kettle is so old and worn down that I have to twist it and push down on it a few times so that it actually starts giving and starts connecting. Beg passage to the surface, arrive by Kumeyan Canal. Maybe it is an outsider. What if it... What if I'm wrong? And there's actually another element. And speaking to everyone gives certain things as he follow all the false leads, but it turns out the secret truth really is a surface dweller. Surface dweller gives surface dwelling relative of the Landaus. Beg passage to the surface. So like I said, this does still give us more Phoebe though. Asked David to stay below, begged passage to the surface. I think David regretted the relationship. Phoebe wished for David's love, David for freedom from romantic expectations, begged David for passage to the surface, but he planned for himself. And humiliation, and slipped the terrible poison. What did I have before that? I had Milton and Rachel, right? What if we do have a surface dweller relative of the Landaus? Where's the Kumeyan Canal? Because that was something that popped in. But it hasn't popped in for this, which means it's popped in for some other purpose. Rachel could use a scandal, novelize the affair, wanted to avoid blame, and mourned. Milton had an unknown purpose. Brought rare ingredients. Made an honest mistake and dosed him. We need methods, we need poisons. I do got 4 pages. We could just give Mr. Page's additional census forms. And I could always grab some more for more money. I do want to talk to Ivy and Ferret, so I think I'll go ahead and do this. If it costs tuppence. But I could also use more money too. We got Moss, Horatia, and the vicar we haven't interviewed yet. For the census. So I could come in with more money. So what if I do a few more interviews and then come out more cash we could spend today on Moss, Horatio, or the Vicar, tomorrow on the other two, and the day after make 7 days to go, and then 6 days to go? Ah, there's so little time. We don't have to do everything all at once. There's still the season of the rose or whatever it's called, right? We didn't get to see it much the first time because we pretty much failed on the first day of Yule and rushed me to the end. Let's get some pages in. Does not attend to the constabulary or the human courts of law. Yes, permanent murder in this case. Impermanent murder has not stopped Archie's trial. But an innocent man if in error. Instead of a basket of soulless brutes, but he'll be dead. Challenge Mr. Pages. If I had more social clout with him, I'm antagonistic. Who controls the courts? Used to rule of the Queen's name when the Queen is still around. A widow and not widow. And the constables? So we gotta get hot and heavy with Mr. Fires? Wait, Mr. Pages, would you speak to Mr. Fires for us? Was an opinion of non-positive nature regarding Pages. Could we have Grizz talk to him then? We could speak to Mr. Fires. Not in London. Don't worry about Grizz's commands. Nothing to hope from Mr. Pages. Archie guilty now. We spoke to him. Nothing to hope from Pages. Sorry, Grizz. Not everyone deserves help. Let's give all these other pages. Grizz first. Well, she's here. Only 1 penny for Grizz. Man, my head still feels like I just got off a boat. We did go by ferry, but the ferry was pretty slow. And it turns out I still have my sea legs. So that was pretty fun. But this bobbing sensation in my head is less from the ferry and more from the entire affair of the day yesterday. Like if I close my eyes, I could still hear the cheering and see the flags waving. Literally a dizzying experience. Watashi-kan is only 1 page only? Fluke Spawnykin. Barkujin is also only 1. How about Ivy? Good ol' Ivy worth 2. Exemplarant sample. I like her. What the masters know about death. Tell us about death. David Landau not alone in returning from the dead. Impolite conclusion about Mr. Mirrors. Impolite conclusion about all the masters. Do any of you know how to conduct a city? Decide to court Mr. Pages. While we are still antagonists. I do not like Mr. Pages. I am sorry, that Swedish guy. I am sorry, Zokuboom. But even trying to do this organically and staying on his good side, the character of Guinea has been given fewer and fewer reasons to like the bat. The rat stays with us for dinner, though. A feast for the city to coincide with Valentine's Day. Saying this now must mean I'm officially halfway through it. And Grizz is officially done with the Masters organization. It's obviously meant as a distraction. It's the circus for the Breads and Circus. Okay, let's go speak to Ivy and Ferret first thing in the morning. Because there's only 9 days left. Blazing light observed at Z, conflicting account from onlookers. Well, that must be. Would that be Pigmodial? The legendary, infamous Pigmodial. And this we've seen Christmas paper with the Christmas picture. At least Archie isn't accused of treason. Why would he be? For that offense. What has Archie done in the past? Or is that present concerns leaking into past memories? Why would Archie be accused of treason? Maybe Archie had a past offense when he was on the surface. And that's what this comes down to. Maybe it is a surface dweller in some great game. What story do I have right now? Could use a scandal, but we can't talk to Milton about anything. Which means I don't have the story set up correctly after all to talk to him. David Landau's difficult memories, but nothing about poison this time. Relationship with Phoebe. Trying to see what changes what. Maybe speaking with Archie prevented us from talking to Ivy about poisons then. What if we put this as Rachel on one side, then Milton on the other? Wanted to avoid blame and pretended not to know. With an unknown poisoning method. Now that I have the money, we can't talk to her. How's that? How did I have it arranged before then? What type of stories do I have? Phoebe with candles. Question of motive. Question of method. That gives us a question of method if I have it as David and Milton fighting over Rachel. Will this get me closer to being able to ask the questions? I've suddenly somehow cut myself off from being able to ask the questions that I want. Maybe it's just impossible. Maybe today I've got no choice but to pursue non-mystery things. Milton committed murder. David underwent health treatments. Milton humiliated. Terrible poison. Maybe certain revelations make certain avenues impossible to ask about. This is pretty bare bones though, so I don't think I even wrote too many things into the story. Deep and inscrutable things was a motive there. Passionately resented the display of hypochondria. Do you suppose Milton might have been faking? I'm feeling frustrated here because I can't get the questions to get the questions where I want. I want unknown questions so we can keep talking about things. Phoebe revealed the affair of David Landau. Made an honest mistake I don't want to say. Rachel could have used the scandal, novelized the affair, made an honest mistake, and pretended not to know. that'd be more motive for the poison candle. Rachel candles. Phoebe revealed the affair of David Landau, imagined social uproar would follow. Rachel published a spiteful narrative of her doings. Phoebe made an honest mistake in a thought of her own, poisoned David, burning arsenic placed candles in his room. But that's not Rachel doing it. That's still Phoebe doing the poisoning. Interrogate Milton about David's lovers. Now that's back. Ivy about Phoebe as a suspect. So I do have my questions again. Phoebe and Rachel poisoned him with candles? Rachel about David's lovers, relationship with Phoebe? I mean, this is talking to David again. And we do want to talk about death, right? So we could see if this option gives us anything juicy. Phoebe and Rachel use candles to poison him. And I forget how he described his death. How far back do my logs go? Not far enough. No more candles than usual the day he died. Feeling better with Archie treating me. And that's just the exact same thing as suggesting Rachel might have had motive. Phoebe used candles. But he just said himself there weren't as many candles that day. Almost admitted she was involved. At the trial, they'll go over it. Goodbye. So yeah, I've got nothing useful out of that. If I try to bring up the continued possibility of Phoebe and Rachel, and from the horse's mouth saying that the candles are not unusual at all, and that if anything he was getting better with Archie's treatment, and yet he is willing to let Archie hang. There's no dropping charges here. I want to ask questions on Milton. Question of lovers. Okay, alright. I'll take questions of lovers. Just give me an unknown method, though. Interrogate Milt about David's lovers. Ivy's perspective. There we go. We got it back. Ivy's perspective on possible murder methods. Rachel revealed if she had the means to murder David. Okay, let's go see what Bay's got. Sorry, Algernon. But we got a dress to impress. Left the clocks and watches, except he hasn't lifted them. The houses were empty. Swift conclusion about them both. That we have a possible menage a trois family going on here. We like them, they like me. After all, this could work. Something between you two. And then nothing else follows up that. Skeptical companion flirt. Delicious ally flirt. No one dislikes that I pointed it out. They don't dislike that at all. Alright. We don't get the boyfriend discount. Refurbished gowns. Gowns with arsenic in it. Left his bag of medicines unwatched for a time with Milton there. She's acquainted with the Mr. Carringham, is she? Ivy also making ample productive trade at Halomus. But all the best evidence I have is on Phoebe right now. It's not about being a top, it's about not having enough days. Okay, so that's a possible motive then. That Rachel was writing not about Phoebe's pregnancy, but Charlotte and Lord Carringham. Condemn Ivy? Nah. Defend Rachel? Maybe. The challenges writer's face? How's Fail better? Gonna gussy him up here. Meat pie scarce unless you mince a body up. So Carringham has been suffering. press the question if Carringham killed David? Weak liver. Carringham is absolutely spineless, so every time you get a possible suspect. Sorry for Charlotte? Share her amusement, note her regret. Is there regret in their voice there? That you don't have someone who treasures you that highly? Hear it. To tell the court. Hear it for her sake. What's your confession, Ivy? Am I gonna keep this mask after we're done? I don't have anything for my face yet. Also, this is feeling quite Visage-like. What you've done to Lord Chinless Carringham. Suffered from Rachel Landau's spite. And so Ivy also acted out of spite. Took against Charlotte. Jealousy about Ferret. Disregard any thought of jealousy about Ferret. I say pursue them both. Like I said, if there's something going on between the two, we could be a perfect triangle. A perfect, equidistant, supportive triangle? Decide to court Ivy. Forget seducing Ivy. Feelings are stronger than ever. Say the words that come next. What's the words that come next? Oh, it's only for the thing. I thought it'd be like for the relationship. Okay, go back. We'll say the words that come next regardless. But I was skipping a step there. So much going back and forth. I'm playing this so dirty now. The hat she likes, the apron that says that we are of a similar type. And then a sacrifice of tuppence. Whole pence. Yep, because what other choice have I got? Okay, so what kind of relationship do we have again? Delicious ally and confidant. Would like to become my lover, but only flirted so far. Okay. Oh, I think delicious ally flirt got reduced to confidant. Because I noticed something between the two and felt some jealousy. Still some valuable stuff here, but just as soon as we get valuable stuff, we learn he's too chinless and too liverless to actually go through with murder. He wants to protect his treasure by taking her away, not by killing the temptation. Whoops. I meant to note the regret. Will I get the confession if we don't talk about the regret? We still get the confession. Although Ferret was spot on that too, did he? Okay. I don't think it really mattered too much then. I can't be mashing enter so quickly, otherwise I end up selecting options for the next one down. Suffered from Rachel's spite. Her pride hurt when their brother was spurned. She took against Scarlet, struck at her but got him instead. We're still seducing Ivy. And feelings are stronger than ever then. Maybe what I should do, I'm gonna do this again, because we got jealousy, right? What I should do is abandon the jealousy feelings. How could we have this perfect menage a trois option? If I have feelings of jealousy between the other two legs, the other two vertices. This is completely insignificant in the grand scheme of things, and doesn't help the murder investigation at all, but I'm fixated on it. Which means I'm going to keep mashing through Renter, and messing up options. But also naturally curious about what different statements at different times do what. Like, I'm pretty confident now that opting to talk to David about death before speaking to Archie about what different poisons do for different expressions of death was a mistake. So there certainly is benefit to doing things at different times, and so different implications for what you say when and what. But a few of these consequences are also like farther reaching too, so even if I tried to save Scummit, would still be somewhat fairly blind, since I don't know what's going to happen 2-3 days from now, let alone next season. Maybe the very act of saying you two have something together is what causes. I mean, that does cause a relationship to degrade, but I guess that's what makes it a jealousy thing instead of pursue a saucy thing. I'm going to be spinning around the same option for like half an hour at this rate. The challenges writers face is the only option that doesn't seem to jilt Ivy. It's either condemn Ivy directly, defend Rachel against Ivy's actions, or writers have it tough. Noted regrets. And this time we're going to opt to break the jealousy. Discard any thought of jealousy about Ferret. Maybe court is the option that I want. But we're seducing. Discard any thoughts of jealousy. Still makes a delicious ally confidant. Oh well. We'll see what happens then. We got Confessor. Experienced in Hollowmas Confession. Motive was hired by someone rich. Will that give me more who's? We could reasonably blame a surface dweller. Of an unknown purpose. Surface dwelling relative of the Landows. Surface dwelling relative of the Landows, most of all wish for wealth, Rachel, blah 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 blah. Sent word of Rachel's inheritance. Sent word of David's inheritance. Swap drugs for poison? He was there that day. Milton could have been a motivator. And the bag was unattended the day Milton was there. Milton could have swapped drugs for poison. Tainted drugs. Surface-dwelling relative of the Landaus wish for wealth. Milton from a handsome purse. Hired by someone rich gives you Lord Carringham, though. Handsome purse from Lord Carringham. Okay. I could blame myself, I did it. To confess to my crimes. Oh yeah, that's right. Suddenly remembering where that came from. Rachel could have also swapped the drugs for poison. Who are our culprits here? We'll come back to it. Hog's Lane is only relationship with Bart Gugine now. Oh, we've lost the spiciness. We've lost Ivy's spiciness because we were jealous of Ferret. Ah. See, folks, jealousy is never healthy in any relationship. When you ID it, you guys gotta talk so it doesn't erode at you. We could do Carringhams. Somebody could have been hired by somebody rich. Ivy, perhaps. Revealed to Ivy they had an affair with David Landau? No. Knowing about the exchange Ivy made earlier. So, when Ivy swaps the poison, if it's Ivy, whoever swaps the poison, swap drugs for poison, I think would imply then that Archie, that somebody meddled. There's a meddling there then. So it's not exactly culprit motivator, it could be Patsy and the true killer. Archie to save as many patients as possible. Ivy worked for Lord Carringham. Archie undertook to treat David. Ivy swapped out rat poison for the medicine. Archie made an honest mistake through no fault of his own, dosed David with the tainted medicine, ignorant of what it now contained. I'd say that's an easy way to implicate Milton then. Milton meddled. Motive, we don't know. An eldritch purpose. I think this is good enough. I think this gives us a very compelling story as is. If I present this theory of murder to Harjeet, would it help me? Might lead straight away to an arrest. I think I want to delay this as much as possible to pursue my relationships. Oh, similar to the sun, so it's not Pigmo Dial. They're already getting their project to the south going. Theory of David's murder? Whatever we tell him has to be acted upon. Anybody named brought in as part of the trial? And won't be able to help if I decide I have it wrong. Milton meddling with Archie's medicines? Can we bring denizens of hell into our courthouse? That's the important thing. They have diplomatic immunity. Okay. So I think this is what I want to pursue. And we should have enough time to get through all this. Tainted drug. Milton simply meddled with Archie. If I put unknown purpose or unknown method, can we still pursue this taintedness? Milton for a motive for Archie. I don't think that's it. David, motives for Archie. Milton could have been involved. Okay, we got good options here now. Rachel about Milton's possible involvement. Phoebe about interaction. I don't care about Archie's interaction with David. If I go unknown methods. Who had access to Archie's medicine bottle? Whether Milton could have been involved. We'll get Phoebe to tell us who had access. Then we'll ask Rachel about Milton's involvement. Familiar and comforting. We'll shift on to the help of Algernon. To the cemetery with us. Motives for Archie? Don't think there is. Anybody touched the medicine? You suppose they could. In the Oh, Archie, you trusting Glasgowian! Not even by his side, in the parlor, of all places, when there were multiple visitors that day. There were so many people, and the precious medicine that could have done him in was open to how many people? Oh, she's been visiting around. Milton snooped at it. And a good rummage through it. This could be a red herring, you know. But I think this is still an ideal solution because if Helk has its diplomatic immunity still, we could damn Milton. But we would need Virginia to have set up her embassy, wouldn't we? Before she could pull the Infernal Affairs card. All the more reason to help the devils for a couple of days. David, lucky to have Rachel still about, but that's not cause for murder. Push aside any unwelcome conclusions. Any thoughts of jealousy to myself. We don't gotta have the witness, the possible witness, say, oh, he was possibly jealous that David still had his sister. Toward Phoebe. Phoebe and I should be friends. Sure. She's all in for David anyway. No messes. Disappear. Leave mess for Horatia. We're not going to be that mean to the kindly lady who's taking care of us. So how many days now? Is it going to be 6? No, 8 days. So just a little over a week. Want to talk to Rachel about Milton? Help Virginia, write a story, go back to Virginia. Well, first we gotta confirm the correspondence stone in Mr. Page's desk, then help Virginia, write a story, go back to Virginia. That'll get me some favors with the devils, and set up their ambassadorial relationship with the Fallen London. And so maybe, hopefully, Virginia will have the means to pull diplomatic immunity if we throw Milton under the bus. Because these courts don't seem too thorough anyway. The initial inquest theory was a bunch of drunks pulled off the streets who weren't even paying attention, and so put the warrant out for Archie. And if we confess with a confession full of holes, that's good enough to immediately be condemned. So I'm sure if we say that a devil that nobody trusts did it, who was there that day, that people saw that day, that Phoebe saw rummage through the bag that day, they'll give him the noose. And then we can have Virginia pull diplomatic immunity, and whether or not Milton actually did it, everybody happy. Inventor proposes building a balloon to visit whatever is above. Mr. Fires and his dirigible for one, yeah? Unless like a final memory, unless there's something else more. Gonna have nothing more to recall after this. Grizz, this isn't a restaurant. You eat what Horatia sets for you. Housekeeper is landlady. In that case, Grizz, prepare yourself for so much curry. That's what I do. I cook so much curry. The old British GFs would come back from work like, ooh, I smell a curry, I want one now. But nah. My special recipe is my own. So let's see, what are we doing? Same unknown methods. Because this gives us some questions to ask. 8 days left. Now that I know that we have a possible easy answer in Milton Meddled. Ivy's perspective. Hey, Ivy's back! Seduction of Ivy is back. Okay. And I'm pretty confident that what I want to do, now that I know that there's a possible thing going on between Ivy and Ferret, and Ivy and Ferret are the only ones I've gotten close to seducing on this playthrough, the goals now are twofold. Put the blame on Milton, whatever the actual truth can be. With an out, a safe diplomatic out. And then, pursuance of a polycule with Ivy and Ferret. And that'll give me a clear conscience with Archie not hung on the gallows, and the initial objective of find a romantic happy ending for Guinea. Or this Guinea. Hey MP83, you know what's premiering in 47 minutes? Is it MSX2 Mania? Is that what's going to debut in exactly 47 minutes? Is it? Is it actually? Ah, you tease! Got my hopes up. Hey, Darkaria. Afternoon to you too. You hope all is well? I hope all is well for you too, but I am sore, Daria. I have the euphoria of having come back from Pride yesterday, and basically having a huge awakening experience with a third extended family, but also so tired from being on my feet in San Francisco all day long. How was it? It was great. I had tears in my eyes to see marches and voices of protest and the togetherness among all the different flags of both the queer stripes and the international ones. There were even some Pacifica folk who were marching, but like 3 total. But we're all over the place up here, so I know we could have a bigger showing. You're trying to get as many people to watch it, MP. Ooh, what's this? You wish you can go to a Pride event too, Dark Aria? Louisville gets way too crazy. Ever since my mom did a Beta Breakers marathon, and she saw a whole bunch of naked old guys running, she has this idea that every event in San Francisco, Pride especially, is going to have naked old men with their dongs out. And I had to disappoint her. Because I've heard, like, infamous rumors of Pride as well. And I've heard San Francisco can get wild. But as far as I was concerned, it was tame. It had leather, it had puppy hoods, it had a few naked folk around. But I think it was tame. I only saw 6 naked dongs. 5 old men, 1 lady. And everybody made it sound as if it was gonna be so much more hardcore than that. Louisville does exactly that. You have straight up nudes most of the time. I don't mind it. Fennec was a bit uncomfortable with it and would avert his eyes. If somebody was like simply dressed scantily, it put the mental barrier. Although they're enclosed, it's just not covering too much. But the nakedness of some of them was kind of starving for him. But the way I see it, I think that's just as much an important thing for Pride. Because you get lots of people, right, walking around with their skivvies in skimpy clothes, with some hard pasties on, and that's it. And lots of them are very attractive, chiseled abs, hot bodies, and whatnot. And so when you have those folks going naked, who are older, who are saggier, that's kind of a statement in its own way. That is us. These are our bodies. You got some hot chiseled abs and tight asses, but you also have sagging bellies, stretch marks, age, and that's the human body, that's who we all are. And this whole thing is celebrating who we all are. And he gets it. He'll still turn his eyes away when he gets it. Milton for Archie. I think the immediate thing we have to do, though, is do some favors for Virginia, as we did last time. This time not to sell our soul, but to put an out for Milton. We're being nice. You watched RuPaul and loved it, Dark Aria, and follow a lot of LGBTQ plus to show support. That's pretty cool. I haven't really witnessed drag stuff myself, so Pride yesterday was like my biggest exposure to drag queens in person. Let's go for the Devils. Elegant Cloak. I'm gonna keep the rats. You have this Ripper's Fork to suggest an allegiance with the Devils. But so far nobody's hit it Algernon. "8 days, so after this, there'll be exactly 1 week to pursue every other objective to release Archie. You know a few queens and also someone who may have transition and hella cool? That is pretty cool. And it's such a simple thing. But I used to be so much worse. I used to be that ally who, through the things I said, was very much not an ally. But something as basic as having more friends and more acquaintances and seeing more people across various things is really all it takes to shatter some misconceptions and become more humane. Lack of competition for her time. Turn it aside with humor. Seemingly, I can only use that once. But we're definitely easily going to go next year. I love the experience, Fennec loved the experience. I enjoyed seeing the third extended family, and I'm sure from how thrilled he is to go again that he's kind of excited and got something from it too. But if you go by his Snap stories, the biggest thing he got from it was all the free swag people were throwing around. But I'm sure he enjoyed it for more than that. That's his people after all. He's got more letters in the LGBTQIA than I do. I got the 1. He's got 3. Let's see, he'd be the G, the T, the A. If you can go next year, Daria, I highly encourage it. It was fun. It's got me thinking now that we need one up here. It's nice and all that for this big Bay Area we could all coalesce into San Francisco. But given some of the town I live in is pretty nice most of the time. But California does have veins of conservatism, so somebody actually had the audacity to shout a pretty homophobic joke at us the other day. Which makes me think, that I want to descend pride upon this town to remind them exactly who's in charge here. Maybe we could have two. We could have like a smaller local one earlier in the month, and then everybody coalesce at San Francisco for the party. Maps are now illegal, sadly, but we have seen the correspondence when she asked for that. Piece of stone with writing, got that. That completes the objective just as soon as we see it. Which has me wonder what other type of ordering could have had the objective pop up without completion. Because the first day you go to Mr. Page in the afternoon, you got no choice, Grizz takes you before dinner. See, that's immediate. Maybe it's meant to be. Just completes the objective to get +1 favor point. Where do we stand now? Virginia. Skeptical census filler 2. Still. Is it true they collect souls here? Ask about the employment. Critical question in a reassuring way. Is it true you collect souls here? You wish you could help with the event, but alas, you live on the East Coast. But East Coast has events too, don't they? I was under the assumption that every place has a Pride event, or at least in the major areas, for everyone else to go to regionally and locally. So even if it's not in the gay capital of the USA, I'm pretty sure you still have stuff going on there you can help out with, yeah? Will not find the doors barred. That tells us we're already friends. That is a step up from where we were at this point the first time. Virginia and I should be friends. Should we though? When I posted a screenshot about selling my soul to Virginia in the previous playthrough to try to help my beloved Archie out, Banjui was like, "Damn, you sold your soul into Virginia of all people?" I guess he plays Fallen London more regularly and more thoroughly than I did. Because as far as I'm concerned, apart from like Fail Better posting tweets about whatever events and stories are coming out for Fallen London, I haven't really played enough of the browser game to get exposure to Virginia yet, so this is my first seeing of her. Right now, we're still nothing. We're basically just acquaintances. My opinion is going to remain unchanged. Sunless skies, I enjoy cavorting with the devil, seducing him, being friends. As a Londoner, barely 300 days since London fell, I'm going to be super skeptical. Playing as one person and not a series of captains. I'm gonna try to be more self-preserving. It depends on the locations, Daria. Some places really violent. Oh, and not safe to go to. That is true. I hate to say it, but it's a reality of the day that when Fennec and I were making our Pride plans, part of his preparation was looking up what to do if there's altercations, if there's violence. And I hate that, Much like I hate how the reality here for schooling is that kids are growing up having to learn what to do if there's a shooting, learning organically what to do if their friends start saying some threatening stuff on Discord. That is an unavoidable part of life now, as much as I hate it. But if you can do Louder Than Life in September, by all means, I encourage you. But you know, that's also kind of why I was brought to tears, because especially in the early part of the parade, it was definitely a this is a march, not a parade atmosphere. Signs, faces, names of those lost to violence. Plenty of celebration, plenty of cool decor and cool costumes. But definitely also the reminder that these aren't good, safe situations yet. We can celebrate ourselves, but we're also fighting every single day. Oh, we can't help Virginia again. We could probably continue helping Virginia tomorrow. One thing one day, one thing the next. So, if I want to help Virginia, still, then we could possibly afford to spend part of today continuing our seduction of Ivy. Guinea's been productive, he's got some good leads, a likely story. He can't burn himself out working all the time after all. Sorry, Algernon, personal matter. Orc goes away. And there's that apron that gets her comfy. She loves the hat. Well, I bought it off of her. Assist with something around the shop. Find my attraction, unexceptional greeting? Nah. What are these two options? Among the three. Help out around. You're trying to get close after all. A rose bush that needs feeding and pruning. With that little look in her eye, and the very soft smile, this kind of feels like a euphemism. She wants you to sing to it. Now, I've known some pillow princesses in my day, but I'm not sure if singing to it would have any more additional benefit, but what would I know? Agree flirtatiously. Starkly and unpleasantly her option, is that because we had some jealousy? We ended up building some jealousy, since we saw her and Farrah talking and suspected they had a thing going on, which is fine. We know Ivy likes to stay unattached but passionate. She's a no-strings-attached kind of girl, and that's fine. But I can't help but wonder if picking up and discarding feelings of jealousy is why 2 out of 3 of those options were less than pleasant. This game goes so deep at times. It's built off the ink system that Inkle developed. And so different actions in different orders semi-populates the game. Like, it's not completely generated out from nothing, but it's very robust to what different combinations can do to change relationships in the narrative. It's pretty cool stuff. I am not sure about this, oh no. We are an exceptional rose. Trim it, speak to it, sing. Is this a test thing where she said trim it and so I trim it? Or make sure to sing to it so I sing to it? Or could I do all three? I'm gonna sing to it. Oh, I'm overcome with emotion. Toad, it will flower in February if we treat it as we should. Ivy's got herself involved in so much than I expect. I just assume that she's like a tailor, an independent businesswoman, dealing secrets on the side, few gentlemen callers at times. But she gives out the masks at the end. She's apparently been given custodianship over roses for later. She's keeping herself busy. That sold it to... Okay, so it wasn't granted custodianship. She bought it off somebody else. I thought that she was given some other duties by something more abominable. The one fool enough to listen to you go on. Does that mean you listen to us go on? Boast of a difficult childhood, refuse to comment, mutter about people obsessed with status. Well, let's see, this guinea grew up on the docks, right? We're playing as a common working class guinea. So she might take fraternity in difficult childhoods. Won't cut the acquaintance yet, she approves! Try kissing Ivy. Are we that close yet? We have been a bit flirty, and she's been appreciative enough for it to describe her as a delicious ally and flirt for a bit. Delicious ally confidant. Like to become lovers, we've only flirted so far. Well then you gotta take the step, don't you, Guinea? If only flirted so far. Try kissing doesn't necessarily mean that it might be unprompted, like some early 20th century Hollywood movie where you woo the girl by simply grasping her by the shoulder, pulling her in, and giving a smooch until she stops resisting. Try for kiss might mean diplomatic approach. Ah, there we go. We got the banter going on first. It means nothing and isn't going to mean anything. She's already been upfront. She's got no aspirations for husband and family. So if this is only a pleasurable dalliance, no strings attached, perfectly fine. Didn't entertain full hopes on your end. All the more reason to also pursue Ferret. We'll have Ferret to come home to. And for touch affection. And feeding of the heart. And Ivy for other aspirations. I'm not keen on commitment either. Can't begin a relationship without a hope of commitment. Yes, with no explanations. What more could she want? And she's happy enough. Kiss her or be smart back. Nah, go for it, man. You've already paid the price of admission. The customers clapping and whistling. We should have charged then. Shouldn't have done that. Nah, Hagrid is fine. Perhaps wasn't so bad. Giving up on polite rules. Embrace scandal forever, as a matter of fact. Okay. Alright, if I play a character inspired by the one that I played in Fall in London, that would totally be his option. Embrace the scandal forever. Give up on polite rules? This wasn't so bad. This wasn't so bad. Scare off the trade. Judging by the audience reaction, I should say that was good for her business. Okay, Algernon. Dinner time, you can hang out again. Oh, that's it? Just leave the mess for now? Alright. You do have the option to pursue antagonistic relationships with people by choice, not just by accident like I keep doing. And I can't imagine why else you would want to leave a mess for kind Horatia. Oh, I should have checked the, I should have done a review of the day to see how Ivy's relationship with me changed. 7 days remain. If I get the full 7 days, that gives me 14 actions. Go to Virginia, begin quest number 2, return to Virginia, that's 1 full day, 6 days remain. And then talk to Rachel about Milton, maybe talk to Milton about Milton, that's another day, 5 remain. So we got plenty. I'm feeling the pressure, and I've certainly wasted a little time here or there. But since we do have some direction, I think we should have enough time for the goals as I've laid them out. Today's headline: Society of Buzz. Rumors of forthcoming nuptials between and... Well, congrats to them. Nuptials announced in the paper and all I've got is a no-strings-attached fling. And we have exhausted all the memories. Out of other memories. I'm sure there must have been some stuff I haven't seen, though. Like, what was it? Lucian? Pretty sure we didn't have the chance to recall Lucian this time, being carried away by the other officers. Because we didn't talk to Harjeet about searching for his missing boyfriend. So I'm thinking, if we had done things different ways, would have been other options we could have recalled on. Alright, back to the Devils. See what Virginia might have for us. Virginia needs anything? You know what? Before I do this, it's a little bit early, but I am thoroughly out of tea. And I think I might want to refresh on my vice of choice before I go dally with the Devils a bit more. So first, let me quickly BRB and make myself a bit more tea. And when that's done brewing, we'll jump right back into this. Ooh, right, forgot to check something. Journal first before we go out. Acquaintances. Delicious sweetheart and ally. He'd like Ivy to become his lover, so far we've kissed. Guinea, depending on how you define lover. If you mean like a long-term steady commitment type lover, no, I'm sorry. She's made her own intentions perfectly clear. You guys have done the healthy thing to do, and that is be completely upfront about what you both are looking for in a relationship. You can't change that. You can't expect to change somebody going into a relationship. The way you can make them happiest is by respecting who they are. Like Fennec, like practically the only reason that he and I had such a good relationship in the first place is respect. Him coming out as asexual, perfectly fine. And so if you go into it with no expectations that, oh, I might change this, happiness. If you go in, oh, she says that now. She says no commitments now, but I could change that. He's gonna be out on the street so quick. So if it's lover in the sense that they are enjoying passions together, then buddy, you have got it. Happiness. Eternal happiness, right, MP83? Story crafting is going to take effect again when we go back to help Virginia. That's actually how some childs actually spell the word happiness. I would not be surprised. This might be surprising, but I have been, at one point, a child, and I still remember some of my misspellings. So I would not be surprised if some kid completely innocently would spell it that way. But there were times that the child was trying to be dirty. Children are children after all. Any taboo is a chance to be fun. Your little sister used to say, how's this? Pink Vinny? All the time instead of Ping Vinny? Oh, it's just pink Finnish for penguin. Ping Vinny? Oh, that's so cute. So she was saying pink wine instead. A little childish fumbling, giving you rosé instead of a penguin. That is precious, and that is a pun that I want to hold on to. Pink Vinny instead of ping. There are multiple joke potentials in this. A penguin by the name of pink wine, or a penguin wine, since they both share the Dini part. You never forget that either. That's how it goes with family. All of us in the family have words. As in words that we said wrong in childhood, like I had panayo. I would always say piano as panayo when I was really, really small. My older brother would apparently describe squid testicles. And so those are the types of things that we never lived down. The complete lack of competition for her time. Yes, if it doesn't involve my soul. Promise to do as I'm asked, super supplicantly. Accept the commission as a romantic pledge. If one was foolhardy, they could court the devils. My impression of Virginia is one of danger. every time I speak to her. I haven't seen her in Fought in London, never played that deep, but my impression of seeing her here is that I'm in mortal danger every time I come and open my mouth at her. So you could try to pursue romance with Virginia. That person just isn't going to be me. If this doesn't involve my soul, I'll help. I haven't insulted her by saying not my soul, have I? Still a skeptical census filler. Why? She's a biographer. Soften the mood, but don't hide disapproval, ask no questions. Why do you need a biographer? No harm asking. Authenticated crediography. Now, I could waste time talking to Milton, but he doesn't exactly give me anything I didn't already suspect and could use in the story crafting. Your little sister, for the longest time, used to draw the letter R as that shape. Well, that's pretty cute. My handwriting is kind of... I wouldn't... My handwriting is awful, but it also kind of takes whimsical curves too. Like my V's are almost U-shaped. My M's would put McDonald's logo to shame. Even if I were to wish from a genie to give me proper handwriting, it would just give up. That's just impossible. Wonder if hell is often unified or trusting. Suppose she must have regrets. I'll remember all this. Is hell often unified or trusting? Better example on this link, like an upside down U and P. I can almost see the R. I see the idea of the R there. But that does look like an NP. Like, it's kind of like the alphabetical version of like an MC Escher painting or like an illusion, an optical illusion. Like where the elephant has too many feet that don't line up correctly. If that front bit was connected to the P bit, then I could see the other leg as maybe a 2 straight second leg. But it doesn't quite connect the right way. Who knows? Maybe Finland does it differently. Guess what happened myself, and then I would benefit from a bit more detail. Might as well if we're gonna be writing her autobiography. Well, not really autobiography, her biography. That becomes auto when she takes credit. An understanding. I think I took that at face value last time, but she means romantic understanding. So they were connected in the biblical sense, and from that proximity, stab. Imagine she was a princess relative. Conjure she began as a princess servant. Have enough after all. Then again, if I talk to Milton, that does give me the idea of the, what is it, Apis tears? Used as a poison? But I can't exactly use that story. That she used Apis tears of the prince, and to lower his guard, drank a little bit herself, and so she still suffers a little bit of the damage. A relative, perhaps? Construct a story of Virginia's past, but it has to be one she'll accept and pages will accept. I do have a novelist friend. Nah, we'll agree to the task. Okay, still skeptical census filler. Badgering her about the exact nature of a relationship has not annoyed her too much. I think this is a step down, though, because she started off with the other day with, if I come back, the doors won't be barred. And now it's, don't feel too bad if I don't miss you. Alright, let's get this story going now, Infernal Plots. All I need to do is aggrandize her in some way. She had loved hopelessly. No, that's right, because talking to Milton does give you a whole lot more. It's not just his basic story. It's not just the atmospheres, but also the facts. About the nature of the prince's relationship with the aestheticisms of hell. And you get a whole lot more to flesh out. Virginia in love. Virginia in power. The prince died, Virginia claims the glory of it, this is known. What happened was Virginia stabbed the prince when he was distracted. Prince bled out in a vat of his own wine, knowing his destruction had come at the hands of his beloved. Virginia devoted the revolutionary cause, despite the prince for what he was, and nothing to tear her in the courageous act. The prince allowed Virginia to get close to him on the pretext of an affair. Dedication was genuine, or as could be for a creature of his sort. I feel like I want to talk to Knowlton at least to get the poisoning in. We could turn this in now. Continue seduction of Ivy. Milton's view on Virginia's past, and we might as well since we can't go back to Virginia same day after all. She's busy. Busy being alone. Just like the last time I dated girl. Might as well then. For this trajectory we got going, got plenty of time. This is simply setting up a few more dominoes. Oh yeah, didn't get this scene because we reset, didn't we? Did a few reloads who were there. Rachel, suspecting that what Britain and Europe at large has done to the Jews over the centuries is going to happen to devils again. Did I say again? As if they'd done this to devils before? Will happen to devils. What if this idea of a shared suffering that she's projecting onto Milton and his deadly kind is what has captured Rachel's heart towards Milton in the first place? And not just that, it's an interesting devil creature that she could absorb for her stories? Point out, she is speaking from grief. There was lots of generational trauma and injustice going on in this. So Milton, about the correspondence stone that Virginia seems pretty keen on. Focus on my relationship with Milton or cheerfully reveal Virginia's secrets, all the same. This is probably going to have some effect on our relationships here. Ultimately, I don't care too much. All I want with Virginia right now is to set up that ambassadorial position so that if I throw Milton under the bus at court, that gives Milton a possible out. Unless they've already got diplomatic immunity, for all I know they might. I'm just being extra nice for all parties involved. But ultimately, it's Milton that's tied into this act, not Virginia, and you can't even ask Virginia about Milton's goings-on. I have to ask Milton about Milton's guilt and culpability and involvement. So what happens if I reveal Virginia's secrets all the same? Okay, that's right. That's right. We promised to repay frankness somehow in the future. That's how we got through to him the last time. Parentally advise Milton to trust me by virtue of wearing a fancy coat is not going to work. Don't be too hasty in the confidence of hell. So that gets me nothing. That just wastes the day then. Nah, do I gotta? Maybe I could... No, changing my clothes wouldn't matter. We haven't built up any relationship with Milton or Virginia, so I can't use any existing favors. I have to... I have to make some vague promise for later to the devils. If I want to get Milton's side of the story. Maybe I could try being flirty? To still take it a dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? But it's not making any promises that I don't care to keep. What about a somber thing? For hard truths? Maybe he'll accept that one. Algernon's not helping me out here. Maybe he appreciates London fashion. Bum, 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 bum. Correspondence stone. Cheerfully reveal Virginia's secrets all the same. And I want to know what happens if I focus on relationship with, because I want to talk about this stone and get his side. Leave the question as it stands, stand closer and ask again. That's not gonna work. And my change of clothes don't offer any benefit. I have to promise to repay the frankness. Even while I'm avoiding making a Mephistophelian deal with Virginia, I still have to make a soft Mephistophelian deal with Milton. I'll owe a favor to those after whatever you... Nay, the first half was enough. I'll owe you a favor if you tell me. You don't have to say whatever you wish to collect. An incautious promise. Flirt with Milton. What do you mean by claims? A special vintage of Apis tears just for her. And poisoned his special Apis tears just for her. Both versions are true. An interest in the vintage, joke about her tears. Could it be both versions are true? A cup. So if we went in with a story of her just stabbing the prince, that element of a prince, a wrong servant, and a cup would not be there. An interest of the vintage, joke about her tears. What Milton would make for me. What would you make for me, Milton? A creamy white, dense in hue. Unctuous, fleshy, angular. Grown by the canal gondolier's ply. Disgusted, disappointed, or thank him? Well, thank you very much. That's a lot more effort than I expected. And there you get the hint that this prince actually supported the revolution of hell. Why have you not spoken with Virginia about this? So how's work, Milton? You poison any more good folk around London? Simply ask about his work here. My most compelling desire, power, freedom, love, or truth. Let's go love. And yet, we have succeeded so poorly on that lofty goal. Apis tears in secret support of the rebels. Did poisoning populate? Well, I guess the Apis tears would imply poisoning then, huh? And I guess because I've done nothing with Moss, Horatia, and the Vicar, there's nothing more to talk about at the dinner table. We're just staring at Horatia as we chew now. Almost day 300! We're getting so many more days in the first time? Morning newspaper. Pigeon population at St. Paul's eradicated by overhunting. Come to think of it, playing Sunless Sea, and what littles I played have fought in London. I guess I haven't seen any pigeons. Plenty of bats, but I guess I hadn't thought on it. Alright then, infernal plots. Fed Apis tears. Poisoned the prince with the tears of Apis. Withered and died, unable to withstand the powerful poison. Virginia's misstep. I don't know about misstep. Like Milton says, the prince couldn't have survived under the new laws anyway, and also would have thought himself still in charge even if he supported the revolution. Virginia, devoted to the revolutionary cause, despised the prince for what he was. We didn't get the descriptions of his aesthetic feasts and everything else, though. I guess maybe that's from Virginia. Maybe it's because I spent too much time asking about the nature of her relationship to him, instead of what the prince was like and whatnot. Oh well. Prince died, Virginia claims glory, the glory of it. Poisoned the prince with the tears of Apis. Prince withered and died. Prince allowed Virginia to get close to him, pretext of an affair. And now he dead. Come Algernon, let's finish this off. Deliver story while Milton is present. We have not done last time. We've already done Deliver to provide the Virginia with a story crafted. But I'm tempted to see what would happen if we do it with Milton there. If I craft it with the safe story we have right now. Almost acceptable. That's good enough. Well, didn't rock the boat, so no major changes. Maybe if I had made it more about Virginia's misstep, or put it in reverse, where Virginia was after love, and the prince was after power, or after the revolution, supporting the revolution. And Virginia did it bad and is reshaping herself to look better afterwards. Maybe then we could have Milton step on and support the story, who knows? So it's fine then, Pages, if you think the souls don't exist, then you won't mind if they get tatted off this way? The last time she said that, we were fired, so this time we actually are still a member of his ministry. Tragedy of epic proportions, sincerely recount Virginia's endless virtue, exactly Nana. Epic proportion tragedy. Mr. Page's likes an effluence of words. Methodicus. Six whole weeks. Don't think the court case has 6 whole weeks. How much of the sausage is turd mince? Ally myself with Mr. Pages. Recommend her with the caveats in case she betrays Pages later. Serve Virginia without question is the option we took last time. And all that gave us is that she has got to pick better sycophants. I'm not exactly here to serve Virginia. I don't trust Mr. Pages enough to ally with him like full allyship. I'm just here to help them set up an embassy, so if the time comes to throw Milton out under the bus as a patsy to David's aborted murder, then they could pull the diplomatic card. That's all. Much like an island poised between China to the west and US to the east, I'm not here to pick a colonial master. I'm just playing one against the other. A regrettable incident with one of our number collectively permitted them to persist in the plural. How was he vocalizing collective in parentheses? We collective. Maybe just matter of fact saying collective to specify that it's not him and the royal we, but all of them. Keep looking, Guinea. Scorch it into your soul. And gain 3 secrets. And some other intangible commodity out of this. This will be rewarded. You say that, lady, and yet, she says this, and yet when I come to her for help afterwards to say, please help me release my boyfriend from the gallows, her idea of help is 1, accept my soul with no refunds, and then tell me to throw myself at court as a confessed killer, so I lose everything and have to live out the rest of my days as her indentured servant. Oh, nothing else going on here. Can't talk to Milton. Motives for Archie. Milton could have been involved. What story am I running right now? Archie wants to say Patience treated David, made an honest mistake and poisoned him because, through unknown methods, Milton, serving an eldritch purpose, swapped the drugs for poison. Phoebe saw him rummaging through the medicine's bag because it was sitting in the parlor the entire time as everybody was going in another house. Milton was in there, wrist deep into the bag, grabbing at things, fumbling things, and feigns ignorance. Open, shut, case. Rach. Milton has already rejected your proposal. Oh, I just realized I'm wearing my Spirifer for. That means not even an opportunity for small talk before going down to business. Rachel to ask about Milton, and this time with a costume change. She's familiar by now, so maybe the all-business sport doesn't matter. But still gonna play it safe. I'm getting turned around again partially because of the time limitation, but I'm still very, very curious about the two corpses. That faceless corpse that Rachel had cleaned in the Jewish fashion and then quickly paid to get buried into a Christian grave. I want to believe that's deeply connected, and that is the source of David's face, and somebody else is wearing David's face. But I haven't got any leads to pursue that. That could simply be an unrelated body, but I refuse to believe that it is. The loss of pigeons at St. Paul's, a grumpy greeting, straight to the point as if for the fork. The pigeons are gone! People are so hungry, they're eating the pigeons and the squabs alike. Okay, Rach. Let's talk Milton then. Again, if David is answering questions, and they will. For Phoebe, it was pretty clear. She was shook. She loved David. And maybe she thought at the back of the mind that maybe her candles did do him in. Rachel, apart from grieving your brother, why would you want to know if David spoke first? Because he is a homunculus of Milton's creation, and you want to make sure that his story is going to match your story, that he is giving a story first? Pass over obvious details, remind me. Maybe there's some details that aren't so obvious. That were obvious to her, but overlooked by me. Or the day of the murder. She doesn't recall the exact order, so she's a flawed witness. Milton also there. Protective kindness. Critical question, reassuring way. Let's give protective kindness. Because we know of his enemies already. Little bit. Milton's possible motives. She wanted to attach herself to Milton, so let's open things up softly with Archie, who I don't believe did it. Oh man, do you think David and just because David got Phoebe pregnant, or might have gotten Phoebe pregnant, doesn't mean he isn't gay. Could be bi. Fun with Phoebe, but wants to return with Archie. And how about Milton? She smiles. Didn't go into David's bedroom, but he meddled with the bag. We know he meddled with the bag. Can we bring that up? I'm gonna press the point. Have they ever fought? His correspondence speech again, using unfair advantages in his fights. A second, David. Mirror in the parlor, image of a different David, pale and waxen, staring out beyond the glass. Pencil. To accompany the David that we found in the Jewish cemetery. That upon Guinea's investigation, said isn't David, looks a lot like David, but isn't David, was never a living thing, and had sigils under the hairline. Reflected David mouthed some words. The split tongue. Privately decide to bring Milton and Rachel together. No. No. So tell me about your artsy friends. Okay, there goes the afternoon. We didn't... Oh, we did get new stuff. Venom Post. Handed David letter. Despised Archie. Disliked David. I think Milton did dislike David. That could be the motive. So we got some new words. And some new stuff to think about that might relate to the second corpse. How many more days now? Day 300. 5 days remain only. So, let's see. I want some more evidence on Milton, so I do want to talk to Milton more now. We set up the embassy, so we could just go straight and speak to him about our own concerns. We've already got a passionate affair with Ivy, and want to take some time to get some romance with Ferret. I think the investigation has to come first, and if we have more time in Yule, then we'll see about adding Ferret into the polycule. Pigeons reintroduced in the yard of St. Fiacres. They're not gonna last long though, people are hungry. Hold on. Manic is asking me a question, and the easiest thing I have to do... Okay. And still no past memories, right? I fully exhausted the stuff in my brain. Fully exhausted my brain bank. To refresh myself, we are friends with Horatio, right? We haven't spent too much time. But we have paid off our debt. Yeah, a likable companion. David is merely a skeptical informant, descended from Fan. Skeptical companion and flirt. Gotta spend more time with them. Antagonist Grizz. Delicious sweetheart and ally. Informant Milton. Not just skeptical anymore. Antagonist still, skeptical companion informant. Friend Rachel, despite me thinking she might be knees deep into the plot. Okay. Barefaced. Spiriferous fork. Sorry, Algernon, but we gotta go. We gotta go all in and try to penetrate this devil. Milton, motive for Archie. Isn't quite what I want. What if I put poison here? Method of tainted drugs. Oh, whoa, whoa. Tainted drugs. Hold up. And add the fact that his motive was that he hated. There's despised Archie. And loved David. But despised David can only be on the left, it seems. Could Milton have despised Archie? Archie undertook to treat David Landau to provoke Archie to causing his own downfall, swapped the rat poison for the medicine Archie used. Motive for Archie. Possible murder methods. Ivy's good. Wait, hold on. Does she have goods for sale? No, I guess she would. Ferret I bought out, but she still got like gowns and things. What does she have? I don't think their stocks update. I think the moment you buy other stuff out, that's it. She greets me with a kiss! And she likes the sight of my toadstools. A good deal that wears in her stalls, huh? Yeah, respectable ladylike, university-like, ladylike straw hat. So nothing new. We could kiss again, or admit some feelings. If we admit some feelings for Ivy, she's gonna break things off. She doesn't want us to catch the feels. But I just wanted to see what goods she has for sale, because I forgot. I thought we bought her route, but no, that was fair. We bought out. Okay, so task for today. I do want to talk to Milton, but not about Archie. I have to rearrange the story some to put more culpability onto him. Maybe Milton on the left. Motivation. A dislike for David. These esoteric curses that Milton did, we can't slap them in here. Milton grudge against David, went to the market, returned with something utterly unidentifiable. Swapped drugs for poison is here, though. Dose Dave with the fatal medicine? See, the thing is, we saw Milton with his hands in, or Davey saw Milton with the hands in the bag. Question of enemies. Narratively, that sounds like we might have a good tangle going on here. The more tangled it is, the higher chance of being true. But it could be like questioning who your real friends and allies are. Interview Ivy about Milton as a suspect. Phoebe about David's enemies already done. Milton about David's enemies. We could see Ivy again, under the pretense of Milton as a suspect. She was there that day. Maybe she would know something. And this gives us more ammo. More ammo for when we do talk to Milton. Rachel's possible motives, Milton's possible motives. The taste for Rachel's company, and David didn't care for it. Carving some markings in the base of a candle. It could have been a poison candle after all. But not the arsenic. We can listen. We might not be like long-term relationship material, but this is part of the comfort we find in each other. Lay it on me, Ivy. Don't want to hear about the infant body. Want to hear more for her sake? Need to hear more. Why doesn't she go on? Why doesn't she go on? Well, keep listening. We're hearing her burden after all. We could compartmentalize it. Compartmentalize it. I can see that it somehow gets worse. No belly timber. Already learn how to roast a cat. Well, speaking of cats, cats do this, chickens do this, guinea pigs and rats do this. Had to take the memory out clean. She can do that. David wants to know how to lose his memories. We got it's Ivy after all. The crone that runs the urchin gangs. I feel like I have dallied with that person back in Fallen London. Have I? Yeah. I think we got her to confidence after a while. Kiss Ivy again. Persuade her to kiss me again. Offered arcane aid. Arcane aid, though. Only aid. And that is not on the left. This only makes him a motivator. If his arcane aid is on the right. Or is it method? No. No. Offered arcane aid. Okay. There's no disliking David here, though. So it's not out of a dislike for David. Maybe a dislike for Archie. Stirred to vengeance. Archie, for whatever reason. Well, here's the thing, though. David wouldn't have poisoned... Archie wouldn't have poisoned David because he's just doing medicine stuff. It turns out it's the candles after all. If it's arcane aid on the candle. So that would have been Phoebe. Milton candles. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking now. She loved David. She simply... Whatever happened here was insignificant. Because this is all accidental. All she did was serve the candles. Phoebe fell in love with David. Milton... Was it? Over just... Well... It was the argument with Rachel... over Rachel that made him do the thing. To utter the words. That put the slit-tongued David into the mirror. That uttered at them. Phoebe wanted David's love. Milton... For Phoebe to not interfere? No, that's not it. Could I put Milton on the left? Not Milton, David on the left. I cannot. He's right side only. Thought poorly of gentlemen? I could erase his motive. Ascetical candles made the air itself poisonous to David. Phoebe fell in love with David. Yada yada yada. Asked him to stay. Milton broke her heart claiming David said cruel things. There's a connection here that isn't there. Phoebe made an honest mistake. Poisoned David, burning arsenic-laced candles. I don't know about arsenic-laced candles. Carve sigils of the correspondence into the base of the candles, make them burn for longer, and more power. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just regular candles, regular arsenic candles. But it's only such poisonousness because of this. Could be. Challenge Milton about his own involvement in David's death. Tell David I think Phoebe and Milton poisoned him with candles accidentally. Accidentally. I've only got 5 days though. It's 5 days and 10 actions, right? All this brain squeezing is taxing my kidneys, so let me grab another BRB. It's only been 55 minutes, but I gotta. Sipping so much tea here, trying to get the brain going. So let's come back fresh. And see what all we can squeeze out from this when I come back. Okay, we have 10 days-ish. We have 5 days, 10 actions. We have some squeeze we could put on Milton. And we also have the means to elevate the rats to human society. We have the means to help David with his memory, to lose his memory via Ivy. And we want to pursue Ferret. This is a very tight order for 10 actions. It's afternoon now, so I've only got 9 actions then. Milton about his own involvement in David's death. Bringing my friendly mushroom hat to a not-so-friendly confrontation. Lay out my theory of Milton's involvement. Permission to ask more questions first? Yes, he minds. Milton's possible guilt, David's romantic connections. Lay out the theory of Milton's involvement. So first, we'll start easy. You think David was hooking up with anybody? Not to his taste, okay. He knows about Phoebe. And Rachel might not. So what about the possibility that you're guilty, Milton? We know he wasn't alone with David. Soften the mood, but don't hide disapproval. Protectively despite the hostile tone. He's neither mentioning carving into the candle, nor is he mentioning messing with the medicine bag. Now, it was Ivy who said that he messed with the candle. How much could I trust my beloved? The marks on the corpse that could corroborate with the thing they saw in the mirror. Planting a fake's corpse. I'm not suggesting he's responsible, I just wanted him to know. I'm not suggesting you're responsible. And you're gonna share your slice, Milton, or not? He at least knew David's return would happen. That is a neutral answer, but that is a yes. We do know that he knew David would be resurrected. How he acted, Phoebe asking about if that's just a thing that happens. Phoebe also had suspicions that people come back. That thought had to come from somewhere. Act of charity from a devil. He would lose his entire reputation. Demand an answer to the questions of fact. Laugh at Milton as much as with Milton. Demand an answer while we're here. Don't be too hasty, the confidence of hell. Entice him to shock London. I don't have the clout. We're not close enough friends. We're merely skeptical informant. We're not even flirty. What if I tried to flirt with him? He hesitates. Haven't earned his trust yet. Okay, but here's my theory. I think you're involved either way. Cunningly deduced, but is it true? Phoebe made and lit the candles, but you carved. You carved with your correspondence. Attack Milton, jealous of his proximity. Comment on the relative motives involved. I could straight up attack him? That's not gonna do anything. That's an actual devil. That is a cosmic bee stuffed into the flesh of man, with powers beyond my comprehension. It was experimenting. That sounds like a confession. That I'm perfectly fine with. I'm going to count that as a good ending regardless. Because the important thing is, Archie doesn't get the noose. This sounds like a confession to me. This sounds a lot like a confession. We'll simply say it was for unknowable eldritch purposes. And either the judge actually manages to hang Milton, in which case he'll just come back. Who cares? He'll come back, it's fine. Or, because I took the steps to establish Hell's Embassy, they'll pull diplomatic immunity. So either way, Archie gets spared, Milton's not gonna suffer too long, and all I gotta do is focus on my romances. Case closed. Oh, turns out Milton's a soft boy after all. He's an uwu soft devil. He's just a little guy in the cosmic bee sense, who somehow didn't become more powerful with death. Phoebe entangled. Will fall in their place if he's sure of rising up again. We have like 8 actions left, and we have a means. We have a means for Milton to confess and turn himself in, if we find out how he was diminished. Barkujin! Pages, maybe, but Barkujin would know. Chi. Ask Barkujin about Tolchi. So cool. We got the mystery solved. I mean, that explains the corpse we found at the Jewish cemetery. It doesn't explain the corpse with no face. I think that is just a red herring. I thought for sure we have a corpse with no face found the day afterwards. And then Rachel takes the effort to clean it in the Jewish fashion and then pays to get rid of it. That's got to be David's true corpse. And the person walking around David's face isn't David. I could accept that being wrong. It's really cool, but if we're taking this as a confession so far, then it's wrong. But Milton has been up to some magical fuckery. He's confessed as much, said this was an experiment. Phoebe somewhat entangled, but it was his doing. Now we gotta placate him. Okay, this is pretty exciting, honestly. Find somebody from the fourth city? Who could that possibly be? Try kissing Milton. Did we get enough relationship for this accusation? We're antagonists! Our relationship now simmers pleasantly. Oh my goodness, is that all it takes? All I gotta do is step up close to him to accuse him of murder once. And now we have a little simmering antagonistic relationship thing going on. We're gonna be all kiss of death, maybe. But Dad's side was Calabria, not Sicily. Jealousy about Rachel. Decide to court Milton now that we're antagonists. Reveal jealousy about Rachel? Rachel and I are already friends, though. We've earned her admiration. We don't have the antagonists turned flirt buddies that we had in the previous playthrough. And I'm not sure if I could transition from friend to lovers without a lot of investment in this. I don't have the luxury of time. And I'm quite happy with the Ivy Ferret Polycule idea. I am in no hurry to change with Milton and I are. Exhume the corpse. Why exhume the corpse, though? He says he has no attraction to David. David is too dull for his tastes. So why do that kindness, if not for Rachel? Maybe he did. Maybe he did do it for maybe he actually does feel something for Rachel. Maybe he's diminished enough that he has appeals for humans. Four small days remain. Townhouse fire, wild-haired and introspective students rescued. Outbreak blamed on unauthorized hexagonal map. Master's ward against unlicensed cartography. Oh, Mr. Page, it's not a map. That's tabletop wargaming. No memories? Head empty. So, Storycraft. Where would exhumed the corpse be? But why exhume the corpse, though? Why put exhume the corpse there? While the murder succeed, exhume David's body, put it aside for safekeeping. Made an honest mistake? Acted in ignorance? Avoid blame. Remains unknowable. Exhume the body, put it aside for safekeeping. It's a shame that the arcane aid is not up here. It's a suitable story. I think it works. I think we can make Milton hang for this, or at least with the threat of hanging for diplomatic immunity to fire. Phoebe revealed the affair with David. Milton broke her heart, claiming David said cruel things about her. Maybe if I kept it on unknown methods, we could have gotten something more concrete out of Milton. Phoebe had the means of murder? No. But this puts Phoebe as a culprit. I mean, technically this counts as... what type of story? Milton candles. Milton doing the candle crafting, or Milton meddled with the medicines. So either way, it turns out that Milton did the doing. Either way, let's go see Barkugine. Barkugine is somebody from that era. Barkugine for finding Milton's remain will start off bright and early to devote this entire day to it. I think this is fine for Barkugine. This will do indeed. Algernon, Barkugine, Barkugine, Algernon. Too distrusting for friendly gestures. That's just who Barkugine is. So a devil named Tochi. I'll regret the question, which is going to help out anyways. So what are we doing here? We've ennobled Virginia into power and office, and now we're going to complete Milton when he was reduced. I'm creating my own enemies here. The rubbery warrens. Even deeper into the rubbery warrens. Without Batashi Khan. Okay. Can we go now? Feelings of friendship, right? Is that what we are? Are we friends with Barkujin? Mercurial senseless filler. My feelings are stronger than ever. She will forever fill out the census of my heart. Unchanged then. Okay then, Milton. Let's go ensure your cooperation. I've learned of his death. So easy. So fortunate that I've already taken the time to clear out all these rubbery affairs. To this irritation. If he doesn't want to see his corpse, I don't gotta take him. Oh man. And because he's deep in the Amber Warrens, he's gonna taste delicious. It's gonna be like honey down there. And we had to promise that Batashi Khan's not gonna be involved this time. I suspect because Barkujin is just severely the jealous type. Silhouette's back again. Is this gonna be some big set piece with cool, unique art? The Devil's Wound to reopen. Oh, she means a present Milton. But would the wound of the old corpse manifest on the new body? Barkujin clearly had a prior connection, we all could tell. Allow Milton to come to his own. Wait a minute. I am always so slow to catch up. A romantic connection, perhaps, then. Allow Milton come to this conclusion on his own? You know, Milton, you guys clearly shacked up a few times from how this is going. She has approximate knowledge in many things. And so he was allowed to linger, a mile beneath the pavement. We could ask her to recount them. Doesn't have to dredge up the past. Might as well. It helps to talk about it, and I could use a hot gossip on the early Khanate. A little quid pro quo, huh? So wait. I mean, I guess with Virginia's story crafting there was hint that devils become greater than themselves and grow through death. And so it might have been that the prince that was destroyed would, in time, recoalesce stronger than before. And so promotion meant dying. But he wasn't allowed his promotion. How to take this? Did they attempt to make good on this bargain by killing him herself, but the death was incomplete, or the death was flawed, or the death was too ignoble to give him enough XP to level up? It reset his game completely to the beginning instead of doing a second progression on the idle game. Expedite your promotion. Was it hard to kill a friend? Difficulty? Murdering a lover? Enjoyed putting down her enemy? The how is more important than the why. Matchmaker, matchmaker, we're going to play the matchmaker. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Slay Queen? A rotten candle from hell, huh? Candles again. I think Rachel, Phoebe, and David would have noticed a candle like this, and no, I think it's just Curse the Candle. Not this candle in particular. Carved into an effigy, though. The David behind the mirror with the slit tongue was described as wax-like. But that could just be parabola stuff. Could just be snakes. And there is a corpse that was in the Jewish grave, but that could just be... Could just be a scarecrow. Glorified scarecrow. Put one body in there, take David out to await his refreshal. I'm willing to concede that as exciting as it would be for the true David to be dead with his face taken off and buried in a Christian grave, while some other unknown being walks around with David's face, this Milton solution seems simpler. And given the span of time we have to work on this mystery, more reasonable to flesh out. But how cool would it be if we do got this wrong after all, that it really is a fake David, some unknown entity from some far shore, wearing the face, while the brother's corpse is in the wrong grave somewhere. Sigils around your forehead, huh? Sigils around the forehead like the fake David had? Induced to remember more clearly. If he wants to be stabbed, to see if anything rings a bell. So where'd it go wrong? What sinful habits Milton has been up to? She's gonna continue either way, so I'm gonna wonder idly. It is so convenient that deep caves have lots of phosphorescence in video games. It turns out that Milton isn't actually some weird devil, but a giant crab itself. Don't tell me this thing we're in is Milton itself. No, 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 there's no way. We're not in his corpse. In the pool? The pool itself? Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe he would have had his proper growth death. Not a giant city falling down and crushed him and broken things apart. They tried to bring Mom back. They tried to perform the human transmutation. Pressure Barkujin what to say. Milt is gonna pay up either way. But let's get the story in and the lore before we get to there. I'm surprised it's taken this long for the honey to be produced. Spent a fair amount of time in the early game in Fallen London, drifting among the honey. Take the honey, refuse the honey, take it. Distant stars above, older generations below. Barkujin has commingled? So is this a vision of Axiel that we're getting through her? Barkujin and Rubbery Man. Could be. Because the stars throw me off. There wouldn't be stars here. So maybe there's some broad strokes going on with rubbery memories leading into our memories. Or maybe something that passes 4 stars twinkles above. I'm fine either way. Listen to the singing or focus on the corpse. Commingled are what we came for. Mirrors, rosy embrace, and shattered pains, huh? When you put it like that, Milton, they tried. Dang, Barkujin, this Milton we have today is less handsome. He's already got devilishly good looks. Just how intense was he in his previous form then? Ask Barkujin for an apology? What? I think she did fine. Now Milton, though, has been a bit of an ingrate. Milton, do thank her. And heck, what did they say? That his death could bring strength too? So all we gotta do is restart it, kill him a few more times. He can get back that glorious point, I'm sure. Ouch, Milton. You could have been permadead, man. I will say what is needed. I will say what is true. That sounds a bit menacing. But I should think this means that we're set as far as... Oh, hello. Few days time, but I got time, right? I can still play with the mice. Help David forget his death and flirt with Ferret a bit? I got like 4 days. 3 days left to do so. Okay, that makes me think that I have until the afternoon task of the final day. 3 days left until trial. Three full days left. So tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. I found nothing. I found a solution. And bring it soon. I have a hypothesis now, ready for trial. No. I'll bring it soon because I'm still owed my 3 full days. Especially after the first playthrough, where the first thing I did after selling my soul was bring my confession straight to him. And that time warped all the way to the end of Yule. And because he got a bad ending, all the way to the end of the next season too. So I want my time. I am hungry for my time. Your roots do go deep, Horatia. You could have allowed him into your basement. Defend Harjeet. Agree with Horatia. Moss, you've been living with us for a few weeks now. What do you think of this whole affair? Yeah, because everything's a snitch. The walls see what you do, the floors speak against you. Alright. So we are good then. I think I could satisfy myself that this is everything related to rescuing Archie. Secure. So 3 days remain. And then trial. 3 full days before the trial, he said. And now I can breathe. Headlines today. Jovial masters of debate offer vigorous contradiction on matters of theology, philosophy, botany, biology, economy, theosophy, and natural law. Any stance gladly adopted. Services reasonably priced. Engage now to argue against your fears of coming apocalypse. They fit all that into the headline. Head empty still? Head is the emptiest. I have exhausted all of my brain cells, trying to sort out my feelings of jealousy between Ivy and Ferret, and put this case together. Made an honest mistake and lit some candles, but it's alright because Milton is the one who carved some sigils on them. How would I put this? What if I put... We don't really have much of the terms of motive, apart from their fight over Rachel. Which would put David on the left, but I can't put David on the left, because nobody else fought with him over Rachel. Unless if I have Milton on the left here, then offering arcade aid might apply to him. No, because he could only die. So I think I could satisfy myself with Candle was here. And if he says he'll tell the truth, and if I got it wrong, maybe he'll give a proper confession. Oh, exhume David's body, put it aside for safekeeping. Why though? Why have exhumed the corpse be the last thing you do here? Because you have regrets, surely. Acted in ignorance, exhumed the body, put it aside for safekeeping. Victim of circumstance. Milton was the biggest victim all along in all this. Eldritch purpose. Nobly eldritch. Carve the candles to make them burn too bright. Phoebe was a victim of circumstance. It was all Milton. Yeah, alright. Good enough for me. First things first, let's solve, David's difficult memories. Ivy, of all people. So let me see, though. I want to talk to... I want to seduce Ferret some more, though. I want Ferret and I to be in a proper relationship. We got 3 days. I'm going to assume going to Ivy. Asks and confirms that she can do her memory stuff via the confessions, I guess. And then go back to David to do it. That's 1 day. And then Rats is go back to Ferret. And maybe, if he's satisfied, automatically goes to Vicar. And then we could spend the afternoon with our baby. And that's 1 more day. And then we have 1 final action before we report in the afternoon to Harjeet. Yeah? I think that works. And then that gives us the next season to actually cement one of these romances. And then what else? Because there's more things I haven't done. We haven't done a single thing with trying to snoop on the Ministry for Archie. So Mr. Pages is going completely unreported on. What else is incomplete? So this we can do. This is gonna be done. There is a Ministry can't do. Census of Neighborhood. I think all that's left is Vicar, Horatia, and Moss, right? I'm going to assume the next season is a whole season. If it is, we could probably finish off the censuses at that time. So let's start with Ferret. We'll sort the rats. Get a romantic partnership out of Ferret. Help out David. The risks will be thick as thieves and I won't get a word in. Well, if I want to be Ferret's lover, I gotta get with their friends. Rats or otherwise. Let's see. Shopkeeper's life, helpful cooperative. They do like the servant's cap, though. Algernon is game for a visit. But what about my own appearance? Algernon's game for a visit, but is Ferret game for me? Are they? Skeptical, companion, and flirta. It's a start. Plus, I guess we gotta run this story by Ferret first to see if it's good enough to take the Vic or whatever. Got a goldsmith lens and a tail. And if it's the vicar we got to impress, I think my supplicating story should work well enough. Agree flirtatiously. So this is gonna have to be. It's not automatically going to the vicar, but go to the vicar next then. Try kissing Ferret. We've been flirt buddies for long enough now. Skeptical companion and flirt. Gotta take that next step. A bit of fun, but no ring or silver bells at the end of it. Don't deny yourself or others. I mean, just because they don't want a wedding doesn't mean it can't be a lasting, committed partnership after all. If we were to pursue Archie, we couldn't get married either because that's illegal in the UK at large and also in Scotland at this period of time. So here's how I'm interpreting this, or how my mind's running around, right? Is if they want, they could have an open poly thing without any expectation that there's going to be a marriage. But that could still be too much commitment for them. I think it's fine. This is fine as is. We now have a very casual polycule going on then. Thank you, Algernon. Ever polite. Admit that I am nervous. Put some emotional vulnerability into it. Oh. Ferret reassuring, a very tender lover. Chorus of shrill wolf whistles and piping squeaks. We had an audience again. Oh, there is a next time. That counts as a promise, Barrett. Oh, don't you say if now. Outcome dwells underwater. That's for the rat story. Not for the rat story. Wait, that's done then. Then what good is Dwells Underwater going to do for me now? Milton now dwells underwater? Not an option. Mr. Pages now dwells underwater. Mr. Pages hoped for power and dwells underwater. Okay, Vicar. We'll wear the rat as a hat, as evidence of his civility. Speak with Theophilus about bringing rats into London society. So, now I've got 2 casual things. Which is fine. That fulfills a need and we're all happy with this arrangement. But Guinea's losing out on matters of the heart. Already put a good impression, Algernon. New to the parish, wants to keep coming back. Suggests my life has taken an unexpected turn. This really isn't. We actually got a confession out of Milton. That is the most bizarre thing. So he already knows about the devout rats and their needs. Algernon, what do you think? You seem well read. The word of God was heard in all corners of the world. The supposed saint will turn out to be something horrible. Excitement to meet this rodentine saint. We have to read the room, check the weather. The word of God has reached all corners of the world. It's fine. It's even reached the rats. Without proof, you need faith. I don't think Theophilus is gonna like the sound of this. Okay, never mind then. There's no worries about who this prophet teaching the rats might be. If he accepts them, then good, job done. Oh, come on! That's more tasks to do. A hagiography. I mean, I guess it makes sense that we're not fully done yet, but there's not all that much time left in the season. I'm already tasked with having to help David forget the trauma of his death. And I kind of would like to find a lover of my own that's more than just a casual fling. I don't mind that Ivy and Farrod only want casual flings. But I'm a softie, I want someone to come home to. A patron saint for rats. Theophilus, was not St. Thomas foolish for needing to put his fingers into Jesus' hands and sides before believing? Was that not a lesson that you be forgiven for your misbelief, but that you must believe? Well, we got a paw in the door. If nothing else, Mew Goal baptize Algernon the rat. We could consider this part of a long-term project. Well, there you go, Padre. That's also one of your new parishioners. Also a rat, just a larger flying variant. Far, far too large. Does it visit often? Say nothing, hold my breath. I'm not wearing my badge right now, so I can't shout at it with authority to go away. Keep it down. Flirt with. And so what happened to the roof? Church must have been shuttle built. Pray for the ongoing providence. Alright. I've got money for donations, but I'll pray before paying. Okay, that makes 2 days left. So, 2 days. One of which is going to have to be helping David with his death stuff. And at the end of that, that'll give me 1 morning and report to Parjit in the afternoon. Theophilus, veteran outcome, rat prophet king, feared predators, fought a flying creature. I'm going to assume there's yet one more story crafting I have to make for the rats to have approval. Which maybe that's going to be the ongoing plot for the season of whatever comes next. Two mere days. Sylvester Lovelace preaches against the ignoble practice of soul donation. Oh, now they tell me! Now they speak out against soul donation! If only the broadsheets got this out sooner, I might not have sold my soul to Virginia the first time. And bats offer no memories, rats offer no memories. Barrett's Kiss offers no memories. Nothing. I've exhausted them all. Maybe next season there'll be a fresh batch. So let's see. Archie is imprisoned. We could pursue a relationship with him again when he gets out, maybe. Probably be some good favor. Once he realizes how much effort I put in. Arcogines Mercurial. Batashikan likes me well enough. But how much you want to bet that Batashikan is also going to only want a no strings attached regular fling? There's David. Now that he's back from death, I'm sure he might like me well enough. Delicious sweetheart and companion ferret. There's Grizz. There's always good old Grizz. Good old original Grizz. Antagonist of a shimmering relationship that could become something more. We could try flirting with her a bit. Harjeet's friends, that's in Coda. It's gonna take a bit to shift that to romance if we tried. Likeable companion Horatia, delicious sweetheart and ally Ivy. Antagonist Milton, but I have no intention of losing myself to devils this time. There's Moss, we're flirty with Moss. There's Paige, also antagonistic. Phoebe has potential to flirt. She's had her heart broken by David. Rachel barely pays attention to her. Barely realizes she exists. Could be comfort to each other. It's not exactly marrying up, but we're working class ourselves. There's Rachel. Also unattached. Friend relationship, but now that we know that she wasn't directly involved with the murder of her brother, unless Milton's gonna drop some bombshells, that the reason he killed Milton to bring Milton back to life was to help with her stories. But given she seems clean, it could be guilt-free to pursue her. But first things first. The rat hagiographies. Because we need proof. Free fall. The rat prophet king. Or someone. Someone can't work though, because rescued and taught speech don't really work yet. Rescue the rats, is venerated, still wanders at night, dwells underwater. The most direct way to put this from the story we know is it dwells underwater. Rat power. Rat prophet king dwelled in power in the shadows of the Neath. Drew into his congregation every promising new rat. The rat prophet king saw the rat alone, separate from the kinship of rats, and spoke to him out of the darkness. A rat rendered manly thanks for this kind service. A rat joined his congregation and worshipped faithfully under this leadership. Meanwhile, a rat prophet king's deeds had offended the king of the deep sea, transformed into an idol and sank beneath the waves. Having played Sunless Sea, that sounds exactly like the event as it happened, but the vicar's not going to like that. A story of some rat prophet king with some attachment to the Fathom King, since offended the king of the deep sea. Maybe, unless king of the deep sea is more metaphorical than poetic, and that it is a literal attachment to a known entity. Rat Prophet King has been canonized. New doctrines suited to the myriad creatures of the Neath. Well, I don't get any that way. Rescued, dwells underwater, gratitude and joint congregation. At least gets us. The rat power outcome. But I think I am going to leave it for today right here, with 2 days left in the season of Yule, and having to report to Harjit, and do things for David, and have one morning of free time for myself. Because I'm feeling a slight bit dizzy right now, because I'm still coming down from that Pride High. That entire day in the sun on my feet with loud noises and loud enthusiasms. So I think what I'll do is I'll finish this up tomorrow. Might finish this up tomorrow, depending on how long the third and final season goes. Because morning for sure, we'll finish off Yule time and rescue Archie. Regardless, we haven't got the time to rescue Archie tonight till the end of the afternoon. So that is where we are going to pick up tomorrow. For now, who are we going to raid? Oh, Carvis Salon, he was on this morning too. Catbot playing Wario Land 3 again, almost begging me to toss a raid that direction. There is in fact one other person playing Mask of the Rose today. Glitch Mouse. Don't think I've ever watched them before, but all the more reason. So I think I will toss you guys on that direction. So look forward to tomorrow. We'll finish off Yule properly for once. Rescue Archie. Save David from his demons. And hopefully find some lasting romance. Got 2 boos now. But that's just casual fling stuff. That's open polycule stuff. It's not even polycule stuff, because they don't want the commitment of a polycule. So poor Guinea is still being passed around Ivy to Ferret with no port of his own. So we'll see if he can't add that to the menu for tomorrow too. So until then, folks, thank you for hanging out. We'll continue this as far as we can tomorrow. And until then, stick around for the raid and take care of yourselves. See you next time.
Tsuki no showerを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよ。ああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ。Tomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く